So I looked high and low, but there actually is not a category for this VN on Twitch. And I don't know why. It's fine, I guess. So we're under dating sim. If I find it later, maybe I looked into the wrong thing. It should be To Kill Arrows, right? Even if it wasn't exactly that, if I put To Kill Arrows in there, it should have shown up. But it's probably something probably happened. But in any case, we are playing To Kill Arrows. I don't know if we're gonna do a full route. It seems like, well, based on the previous streams, the route will probably be 4 to 5, maybe 5 or 6 hours. Like, so I probably won't do like the full route today. But alternatively, I've played through the opening sequence twice now for the 2 demos, so I don't know. I think it might be nice to like have it all in one, all the pieces together. We'll see how it goes. Either way, I'm thinking about, because between this, A Date with Death 2, the incomplete parts of Obscura, what's the other one? Lover's Enigma. There's a bunch of them. Some that I haven't even talked about on stream that I'm interested in playing that are shorter as well. I like doing this content, and I think I'm going to add a single day to my schedule for visual novels consistently each week, as opposed to alternating with reading streams. So hopefully we'll get through it a lot faster, and that'll allow me to not have to like marathon it for 5 hours at once, which I think is more enjoyable to watch. Like, I think it's not as fun when I get tired. I'm sure it's not as fun to watch either, and I want to have good energy throughout the playthrough, so that's my plan. Hopefully you're down for it if you enjoy this kind of content, and yeah, feel free to check out my socials for when I post the new schedule, or the next schedule. All right, hi. So pretty excited. Yes, I have a new outfit on. I forgot even about that. I'm sitting here, like I've been setting this up for a couple days now, so I'm like, yeah, start the stream. I'm gonna show the actual outfit in a second. Give me a moment here. Go back to the starting screen. I'll be right back. Yeah, anyway, it's super cute. Same outfit, I just obviously changed some of the toggles and changed the colors around. Can you guess what route we're doing today? I mean, I guess if you've seen the demos, you probably can. I think I'm gonna do outfits for each route, so I'll have like a something adjacent to the Dr. Love route, something adjacent to the Vitale route. I don't know if... I don't think Eros himself has a route. But for whatever that might be, it might be something that's revealed after we get through the first 3 routes. I'll just cosplay as Melrose for that one, I guess. But look, it's really cute. Same color scheme, like it's all the same, you know, all the way around, but like... It's nice. It's the same outfit, but, you know, just a different colorway. And, you know, my hair, of course. Which is its own fun little thing. I'm using a different background from the main background here. This is like the full-on nighttime background. Lovely. Yeah. Fun, exciting, a good time. And yeah. And get the game up. Move this over. Thanks for your patience. As you can see, I had a bunch of stuff I had to set up that I wanted to make sure didn't, you know, explode. Get this. Take a look. Non-explicit sexual themes, nudity, implications of depression, suicidal ideation. I think the ones at the top are the most potentially worthy of concern. I think it should be fine. Why is the game so quiet? It is at maximum volume. It's alright. I'll play it again. The last one might be Eros. That one there. I love that logo so much. It's so fun. Alright. I'm going to... I guess I won't close this because I might want to play it at the end of the stream. I'll leave it there. Just gotta figure out why it's so quiet. Okay, interesting. Maybe that's from me. Maybe during the last demo, I turned the volume down and it carries over. I don't know. Not sure. No, it doesn't. None of my slots are here. No big deal. I'll simply turn the volume down for me a little bit. That'll be fine. Double check my placement. All right. Yeah, it's all locked. All right, so we do have to start over from the beginning regardless. I think it is going to be, I think that's what's going to happen. I think once you get through all of the 3 main routes, an additional route might unlock. Let's see what happens. I have too many imperfections, this dry, cracked shell that I live in each day. Unrefined hands, claws that scratch when I cling to people, eyes that bore into them full of greed and expectations, insatiable, unfadeable. A mouth that incoherently spouts anything to keep them close. Lies, manipulation, deceit, desperation, selfishness, possessiveness, obsessiveness. Are these lovable traits? Can you look past them? Sorry for rushing, I just didn't want to miss it. Looks like we had more time. Oh well. Quaismere City. Bounding through the streets, rain pelted my skin. The wind whipped and tore past me, pushing against me with resistance. Back off! My voice rang out through the heaves of uneven breaths, paired with the swift strikes of metal colliding against alleyway bricks. Not far behind was a set of rampaging feet, splashing about the wet pavement with no intention of stopping. You won't get away from me. Another swift strike, and the steel echoed off the nearest pole I had only passed a second ago. My heart nearly tore through my chest. The sensation of 1,000 needles plagued the bottom of my heels, and the calves of my legs threatened to burst. My drenched jacket made it hard to move. Leave me alone! Ah! My shoe caught in a pothole on the sidewalk, throwing me forward. If I lingered for even a second longer, the next swing he gave would have landed on my left shoulder. Losing one shoe, I kicked off the other for better balance. You should have thought about that when I told you to stay away from Hendy. I didn't know who you were. So, okay, so this is different. So I guess in this iteration, we were cheating with Hendy and were approached initially about the cheating from this guy and then went back again. I think initially in the first demo, or in the demos, it was that Hendy was basically responsible and the guy found out later. But I think Melrose didn't know that they were in a relationship. So now Melrose is genuinely at fault. Tragic. I never met him a day in my life, but he hounded me anyway. Wait, what? That's not what you just said. It was true? Alright. Talking to him was like communicating with a wall. I don't care about your damn excuses. Running from him became harder. Crossing the city bridge to escape was out of the question. And I didn't know where to run next. My home was in the complete opposite direction, and I had nothing on me to defend myself. No opening to call the police. If anyone saw us, they did a damn good job of ignoring it. At 3 a.m., most people were at home, sleeping in the comfort of their beds. And then there was me, being chased by a scorned fucking lunatic. Asher! Melrose! I hoisted myself onto the bridge railing and threw a leg over just as the voice rang out from an oncoming car. The headlights beamed a blinding light that stopped both me and my assailant in our tracks. Listen, Asher, let's just go home and stop this shit, okay? So you can tell me not to worry about him? Nah, no fucking way, Hendy. Please, Asher, we can just go home and talk about it. I won't ever talk to him again, I promise. Am I a joke to you? You said that about the last one. Damn. Damn, double homicide, actually. Because I'm sure Asher killed him too. His back turned to me. I had only now to escape. I didn't think Hendy could calm him down for me. He was far too angry. I had to do something, or else he'd surely bludgeon me to death. So I took a deep breath and threw myself into the lake beneath the bridge. Nauman Apartments, 5 a.m. The apartment floor glistened freshly from the trail of water I'd left behind. The landlady made it her personal mission to mop it up the moment I entered. She'd just woken up, and seeing my state prompted her concern. Almost immediately, my body sank into the couch like a stone, wet and cold against the cushion, far too tired to talk about anything yet. I laid there, wavering between consciousness for roughly a few minutes before one of the other doors in the apartment opened. Out came a young woman, my roommate and best friend of about 14 years now. What the hell happened? Why are you soaking wet? Take those off right now. She tugged at the back of my jacket, trying to peel me up from behind. Unfortunately, I was too tired to move. Can you let me lay here for a bit? Hell no! Get up! Groan. Yeah, buddy. Tell me, is this Hendy's doing? I slowly sat up and leaned against the backrest while she took a seat on the dry cushion beside me. The last time we spoke, I told her I'd stayed at his place for the night, so the assumption wasn't far-fetched. Getting me to talk about it was another issue. There was something humiliating about being in the same situation again. Not once, but twice. Not even just a third or fourth time. Oh, never mind. Frankly, the window for hearing any I told you so's had passed. I'd rather that we didn't make a big deal about it anymore. I was joking, but Melrose actually is happy to be a mess. I was joking when I posted that tag. Marlowe continued to look at me with the same concerned face she always wore when I showed up looking nuts, waiting for me to tell her. Some guy named Asher popped over to his place unannounced and caught us together. The situation got sticky after that. Marlowe furrowed her brows and kept listening attentively. Turns out, Asher is Hendy's boyfriend of 3 years. They've had this thing where Hendy apparently cheated on him before, too. What? So he made you walk home by yourself? Walk home. Yes. Of course. May, what did he do? The alarm on her face increased upon my remark, and the small sense of humor I felt about the situation drained away, replaced by disgust and fear. He didn't do anything. And by that, I mean literally nothing. His boyfriend chased me with a metal bat from his apartment to Quesimere Bridge. For real? If I hadn't thrown myself over into the lake, I probably wouldn't be here talking to you. He was literally trying to kill me. My God, are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? Minus aching feet and stiffness in my back. No. Thank goodness. Seriously, what the hell? You need to file a report with the police, Sonny. I'm not really gonna do voices. There's so many characters in this game. But that's okay. It's about the story, not about me. It might cause trouble for Hendy.
Earning that boy's approval is the last thing you need to be worrying about right now. That Asher sounds dangerous.
Grandma's right, May. As far as I'm concerned, you need to cut him off entirely. I opened my mouth to retort, but she denied me the opportunity, grabbing a fistful of my soaked sleeves. We are not gonna keep going through this. When they show their asses, you leave. Yes? May, come on. This is getting crazy. I mean, crazy is, like, normal for you at this point. But love isn't like this, dude. Well, it must be nice to know what that's like. Right, Mar? Marlo shook her head and rolled her eyes, struggling to get her point across. Don't do that. Not now. Honestly, you don't need him. You don't need any of these jerks who keep tossing you around. Annoyance cropped up inside me, and my lips curled into a mock smile. Hold on a second. There's like some kind of audio is picking up in the game. Oh no, it's just like ambient noise. Alright, just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything. For you guys' sake. I have work to do. I'm reading. Anyway. Annoyance cropped up inside me and my lips curled into a mock smile. It's so easy for you to say that. Look at you go. Stop being an ass, okay? I'm saying you deserve someone who loves you. Are we not in agreement on this? We are. Then what is your problem? I have to settle for what I can get. That's my problem. No, you don't. Miss or Mr. Right will show up. I believe that for you. Just like you believed in praying to what's-his-face for your current fiancé. His name is Eros, the god of love, and yes, I'm sure that helped me find Esmond. The reddening of her cheeks made the twisted feeling inside my chest intensify. I could hardly hold back the furl of my lips. A pure love that she found by praying to the very thing that held a long-standing connection to my family. But love, in almost every form, eluded me. What are you talking about? Marlo loves you? I'm joking. So, I just have to be loveless until the good old Eros shoots my future partner in the heart and says it's finally time for Melrose to experience genuine affection? No. What? You have people that love you, Melrose. I don't want people. I want a person. Then I love you. You and I both know that's not what I want to hear right now. Marlo couldn't look at me after that. It had taken everything in me not to say something even worse. She wasn't to blame for my poor luck, and it was wrong to take it out on her, as if it was. I shouldn't have said that, but deep inside, it felt good. Okay. It's been a night. Before we, say anything else that could, I'm sorry. No, not right now. Let's just go to bed, okay? Take these soaked clothes off, will you? Yeah. I'll see you in the morning. I mean, like, when the sun is up. With that, she disappeared into her room and closed the door behind her. The landlady took a seat in the chair next to the TV, playing some late-night movie. She didn't look at me, but her body faced me. I imagined that she had something to say about our dispute. Lecture me. Marlo was more like a granddaughter to her than I was a grandson. Don't think she enjoyed my upsetting her. You want to yell at me, don't you?
That discussion was between you and Marlo. It has no place for me.
She grabbed the remote from the coffee table and turned the channel to the 5 a.m. news, making sure the volume was a soft murmur alongside her voice.
However, I do believe you owe her a sincere apology. You don't want to leave things like that with her leaving and all.
Right. a fiancé meant changing everything we had. The boxes around the apartment were starting to increase, and she would be gone soon. Far too soon. Not that I hated Esmond. He was perfect for her. Sometimes too perfect. As if Eros had the time of his life finding her the absolute best match in the world. I'm happy for her, but it's something I've wanted for so long, and, well, something else. We both came from nothing, but she managed to find someone who actually wanted her. And with a quick little prayer to Eros, made that happen one night. Sorry. Laughable. But is it entirely hard to believe? I rose from the couch and dragged myself to the fridge. We were running low on groceries again, a note I left for myself to deal with later. Instead, I took a can of beer from the lower drawer and helped myself to it.
Now that I'm going to lecture you on. Beer at 5 a.m.? You're starting the day off wrong, Sonny.
Yesterday isn't over until I go to sleep. I dragged my heels toward the room behind her as she continued to watch the television.
Under what conclusion?
My own. Good night, Grandma. She gave my arm a light tap, or pat, in passing.
Don't sleep in those clothes.
Okay. I went into my room and closed the door. Surrounded by darkness and the sound of the ceiling fan set to low speed, I remember sitting down on my bed. I don't remember removing the wet clothes. Fair enough. Three weeks have passed since that incident. Marlo and I had long since resumed talking like we usually did. Hurtful words were the least of my offenses to her after all these years. What? Okay. But she warned me that if I ever responded to her declaration of love like that again, then she'd never say it again, no matter how much I begged her to. I considered that a fair punishment. The slowly overcrowded apartment started to feel emptier, and Marlo was spending way less time here. Walking into her room, I realized just how barren the space was. This was just a means for laying her head down while she was away from home. Her new home was with Esmond, across town, where the people were nicer and the buildings were prettier. Just a prince taking his princess to his humble abode, leaving me to my own devices. I'd never truly lived alone before. There was always someone to fill the space. One may say, even now, I wasn't fully alone.
I'll have yours done soon. You shouldn't leave them lying around, even if they're clean.
Yes, Grandma. Yeah, not if Grandma had anything to say about it. She lived in the flat next door, but since taking Marlo and me as tenants, she found herself in our apartment regularly. Nauman apartments function primarily by her family. She's been running them for years and awaiting the day that one of her children returns to operate them in her stead. I recall her drunken declaration of adopting us as her kids not long after we first moved in. Something about how the top floor of the building felt eerie on her end of it sometimes. Regardless, it may not have officially been inked, but she made it clear in the way she spoke to us.
Why are there so many crazed buffoons these days? Bless their hearts.
I looked up from my notepad to find her blocking the TV, eyes focused on the screen. A hamper of what appeared to be my laundry still locked between her underarm and hip. What? She looked over her shoulder at me and pressed the power button on the TV before turning on the vintage radio she'd gifted to us. A station of old tunes filled the room.
Just the unusual being usual is all. Don't worry your head about it.
The unusual being usual. Huh? She approached me, rummaging through her pants pocket for something. An old, worn, hand-sized envelope with some kind of sturdy thing inside. It took a moment to recognize it as a letter I'd received from a relative, one I'd thrown out years ago after being upset that they never reached out to me when my parents died. I hadn't seen it in 4 years. Where did you get this?
Just the other night, Marlo came to me and told me to give it back to you. Said she forgot that she'd been keeping it all this time.
She placed it in my palm and cracked a faint smile. Her eyes twinkled with interest.
You should open it. See what's inside.
Part of me didn't want to, feeling just a bit of the same disdain as before. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious. If not just to please her, I opened the envelope and pulled out a wooden case. Oh shit. It's gotten quite loud.
A wooden case? What is it? A pair of glasses?
A pair of glasses made with a prescription just for you.
If it was, would you give it to me, Sonny?
I'd humor it. But it wasn't a pair of fancy glasses. In fact, it was a vintage rose gold fountain pen with a red shard embedded into the base.
It looks priceless. Didn't you speak of something about this from your mother?
I continued to stare at the item and recalled my mother's musings about an item owed by my great-great-grandmother. Something that fueled the wild stories of Eros and my family. My mother always wanted it when she was younger, but my grandmother kept her distant from my great-great-grandmother because of her strange babbling and habits. My mother never got to play with her, let alone touch the pen. Yeah. Did Mars say where she found it?
No. Just that she'd kept it to give back to you when you were ready for it. She said you'd thrown it in the trash.
I did. I thought it was gone forever, but she had it. I can't believe this. What was the story behind that? Oh.
What was the story behind that pen again? Something involving the tale of Eros and such. I know you two had a thing for mentioning it when you arrived here.
The tale of Psyche. This pen is a family keepsake passed from generation to generation. Or rather, what's inside it. A smooth texture dragged across my finger as I directed her attention to the shard ingrained in the intricately designed pen. My mother once told me that it had been a kaleidoscope at a point in my great-great-grandmother's life. It had changed forms across decades, centuries, even. The only consistent thing about the keepsake was the red shard embedded in it. The veritable treasure, the broken piece from Eros' arrow. It's the remnant from Eros' arrow, the one that Psyche took and fired at him once he'd gotten close enough to her. He caused her so much emotional turmoil, and when she was finally at her wit's end from all of his mischief, she took her revenge by shooting him with his own arrow. I lost a lot of the story over the years, but contrary to the tale, my mother loved the story and she loved Eros. going as far as comparing him to my father. Hard to believe a man as chivalrous as my father could be anything like that selfish clown of a god. Never had I ever seen him make my mother cry or suffer before their passing. They were a perfect match, too.
Is that the tale? I remember hearing something like he shot himself. You see, he felt that there was only so much that he could do to give everyone true love and care, so he gave up his body to the earth, to spread love across the planet.
Are you sure you're remembering that tale, right, Grandma?
I don't know, Sonny. I hardly pay attention to that stuff as much as Marlowe does. Young people are quite into the whole praying to the god of love thing. More so than us single old folks.
You didn't believe it in your youth either?
No, of course not. To me, it was all just as silly as fortune reading and horoscopes, but I enjoyed listening to my friends gush about it. Even my late husband said something about praying to meet me. Hopeless romantics are adorable.
Not so sure if that was just a hopeless romantic thing. Pretty sure people just wanted something to put their faith into. Maybe. Perhaps. Eventually she returned to her own apartment and left me alone. Save for grabbing some food and a drink or going to the bathroom, I did nothing today, except scribble or scroll through social media. My days off were boring, if there were no plans to spend them with another person. Marlowe was busy, and our other friends were more like acquaintances than someone I'd invite to drink or hang out without her. I just had myself as company. Occasionally, my eyes gazed at my phone resting on the coffee table. Guess he really meant it. Hendy hadn't sent anything since that night. 3 whole weeks of fighting the urge to text him, fighting the urge to call him, hoping that maybe he would reach out to me. For nearly 8 months, the two of us had been in an intimate relationship. I spent most of my time with him to fill the emptiness that formed after Marlowe and Esmond became exclusive. He listened to me talk about being alone. He listened to me talk about feeling insignificant. He only listened. But did he ever absorb what I said? Did he even care? 8 whole months, and he didn't care about a single thing I said or did. Only what he could get out of me. Ugh. A sour taste filtered at the back of my throat, and I reached for the wine cooler on the table to wash it down. My notepad was full of scribbles and scratches of tattoo designs. Designs I used to cover the potential mistake I'd made. But each one had some kind of visual meaning for me. The forms and shapes that came to my mind easily became evasive. Too many blanks frustratingly drawn. I couldn't focus on what I wanted it to look like. I couldn't create how I felt through the art. Annoyingly, my gaze kept falling on the phone every so often. His number probably hasn't changed. I rubbed my left temple and clenched the pen in my hand, shoving my eyes down to the page again. Don't call him. I jumped into the lake. He probably isn't aware that I survived. Maybe he thinks my phone got damaged too. Don't text him. Asher's likely with him, so he probably can't spare a second to talk to me. He doesn't care. He's probably trying to protect me. It's been 3 weeks since Asher tried to kill me. It's been 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Why didn't he at least check on me once? Maybe he already tried to text or call me? I extended my hand to the phone, feeling the coolness of the untouched screen against my fingertips. My arm shook and my fingers twitched, rejecting the urge to curl around the device. I can't. Ring. I snatched the phone from the table and the screen lit up with an incoming spam caller. Ugh, fuck you. I quickly declined the call and slouched against the backrest. The radio continued to rattle on. Music stations have changed to podcast now. The windows behind me cast a large orange light over my form on the couch. Besides the radio chatter, there was the occasional sound of the fridge, maybe a thump from outside the apartment. But other than that, the atmosphere isolated me. I caved. I found his number in my contacts and called him. I called him 4 times. Each went straight to voicemail. I texted him, "Stop." "Hey, I know it's been 3 weeks since then. I just wanted to tell you I'm okay. How have you been?" Asher didn't seem too happy that night. Scene. "I feared I was going to die." Scene. "I probably would have if you hadn't shown up." Scene. "That had to be tough for you, too." Scene. "I know you told him you wouldn't talk to me again." Scene. "But did you mean that?" Scene. "No, I mean, if that's what you want, but I thought you'd at least tell me goodbye." Scene. Before I knew it, my fingers had minds of their own. I sent every thought to him, coherent or not. I lost track of how many texts I'd sent, but with each text, my chest clenched and pressure built in my head because I could see that he was reading them. He was seeing them all, but he wasn't responding to me. "Why won't you respond?" Scene. "I can see that you're reading them." Scene. "Do you really not care about me?" Scene. "Does 8 months together mean so little to you?" This is real. My shoulders shook, my neck tensed, and my teeth gritted. He just kept reading and not responding. Didn't you say he was really good at listening? This is the same. Was he even there? Honestly, I didn't know, but the rage welled up in me the longer he ignored me. Ring. I paused, stunned to see his number pop up on my screen. Why are you surprised? Isn't this what you wanted? He actually called me? Yes, he did. I answered after a few rings. Imagine waiting. Imagine spam texting the person who was cheating on their significant other with you after that significant other chased you with a bat and tried to kill you, and they said, "Don't contact me again." And then being surprised when they actually call. Have you lost your mind? A chill ran down my spine at the tone of his voice. The distant sound of music in the background led me to remember that he normally worked a shift at Solar during this time of day. Now, I'm not picking on the writing. This is just, it's like if you're watching Love Island and you're yelling about the decisions of the characters on Love Island, it's more like that. It's not, I think in this case it's good writing. Melrose is messy. This is the character. We're being introduced to Melrose. A chill ran down my spine. He's working at Solar. Thank God he's at work, because Asher probably won't see the millions of texts that you sent, Melrose. Why haven't you called me? Texted me? Anything before now? You jumped off the fucking bridge. I was scared as shit. You were scared? And that kept you from reaching out? Yes, Melrose, you jumped in the lake. I thought you were dead. I hadn't heard from you until now, and this is how you come at me? You have Marlowe's number. You didn't bother to reach out to her about it? So I can just text her, I think your friend died. He jumped off the Quasimir Bridge. Are you serious right now? You're having a good time ignoring the fact that your boyfriend chased me nearly a mile and a fucking half from your apartment with a metal bat. Aren't you? I told him to stop. I had the situation under control. You did too much, like you always do. Okay. Andy, like I always do? Tell me. I'm listening. No, you're listening for something to get angry at. Not only do you sound like some crazed ex, you're being completely toxic right now. I'm being toxic for wanting to hear that you cared about me? Wow. Do not raise your voice at me. You didn't care at all when Asher was doing it. Stop. I'm not putting up with your behavior anymore. I already have to deal with Asher, and that is enough. So, that's enough for you? What, because he was with you longer? Or is it that you're afraid he'll kill your ass if you leave him? Could be both. Goodbye, Melrose. Live the life you managed to save. Click. The call ended swiftly, and all I could do was stare at my phone. Live the life you managed to save? I snatched the wine cooler bottle from the table, and the next second, it was no longer in my hand. The glass shattered against the wall next to Marlowe's room. My vision blurred, with damp streams spilling out down my cheeks. He was lying. He just told me anything to sever the relationship. Oh, Melrose. He never mentioned anything like that in the beginning. It was all an excuse, and I couldn't be told otherwise. If I were truly a problem, he would have said so long ago. The one thing you cannot do is lose hope. There is bliss in knowing that every person, every being, everything has someone. The unknown beset you with unpleasant feelings inside your heart. Jealousy, impatience, anxiety, fear. These are all things that are unpleasant for the human mind, but these emotions do not have to be negative. They do not have to be shunned. I implore you to feel them. But if you must, remember that here at Love Life, not only are we equipped to channel Eros' fate strings, we are also here to guide you toward a healthy relationship with yourself until you reach your partner. Eros? I sucked my teeth and stood up from the couch. Clack. At the same moment, the fountain pen dropped to the floor and rolled toward the entertainment. We have a 90% approval rate in our work. But with it comes the disclaimer that even if we tune the energies of Eros to find your lover, there is a chance that you may not meet them in your lifetime. That makes no sense at all. However, you may be surprised to hear the success rate of those who pray to him. We are merely a bridge for those timid or skeptical, but the real magic is in prayer. So if even for a second you find yourself wanting to test the waters, please try. If not, know that Love Life Studio has its doors open for you. Now then, I will turn this segment over to my colleague. It's all just some cult bullshit. Eros doesn't care. Or maybe he does, but he certainly doesn't care about me. My eyes fell toward the fountain pen on the floor, gleaming under the dim light from the ceiling. Hell, I wouldn't put it past him if he cursed us. whole family being cursed with singlehood or dying after love. Psyche was a beautiful woman who wanted a suitor, and he antagonized her, kept her lonely, scared away any other potential man that could want her. When she finally lashed out and nearly killed him, his fellow friends and Aphrodite tried to execute her, drove her to run for her life and hide. If she didn't survive, my entire bloodline wouldn't exist. If only she had struck him in the heart. Maybe she would have killed him. The fountain pen continued to gleam under the light, and my focus landed on the embedded shard. It was his own bow and arrow that caused that to happen to him. The fountain pen bears the piece of the arrow that she used. What if, for a single moment, I could finish him? What if I had the chance to kill Eros? I don't know, Ren. Thanks for your patience. The traffic is kinda crazy today. Oh, don't worry about it. The morning rush is always difficult. Isn't that right, baby? Ew. Boy A. Infant A. Need any help carrying it in? Nah, I'll just use my feet to nudge it. Take care now, okay? Bye-bye. Bye. I walked back down the steps to my car parked along the sidewalk. Pioneer Express is a delivery service ranging from local restaurants, fast food, and grocery stores. I make my own schedule for what days and what times I'll be working. So as long as there are orders lined up in the area, I won't be hurting too much. Obviously, this was temporary. However, like my love life, I don't have a career either. Besides, sacrifices are a given for paying the rent, especially if I won't be getting split with Marlo anymore. All right. Looks like the next one is a fast food pickup. The other night's insanity kept replaying in my head. Perhaps I had a little too much to drink. Maybe it was just one wine cooler too. Like what? And high hopes for something largely impossible. But it wasn't the first time I'd conjured up some bizarre idea, and it wouldn't be the last. However, the idea of using something like Eros as a punching bag was more comforting than cursing at my loved ones. Yeah. Eros is the problem. God of love my ass. Knocking out a couple more deliveries within the last 2 hours, I took a break and got something to eat. Hey, how are you doing? What are you having today, Rose Boy? Breakfast sandwich special and the chai latte. Cool. Will that be all? Yeah. There's your total. Let me get your receipt, and your order will be ready shortly, man. The blue of the sky could fool anyone into believing it was a hot summer day, but the air was as cold as early winter. The outside eatery of the cafe wasn't as packed compared to the inside. The birds chirped and cars honked in the distance. City life may not be nature-friendly here, but the mornings were the best times to relax and enjoy it all. Surely they will have a pedal cafe latte where Marlo lives. Desmond couldn't possibly let her down in that department. If not, that just meant pop-ups from Marlo driving 104 miles to eat at this cafe would become a common routine. It's kind of nuts, actually. I tried to draw up some designs while I ate. I figured I'd start keeping the pen with me again after yesterday. Something to think about my parents through. Past an innumerable amount of scribbled and scratched up papers were various intricately designed tattoos. When most people saw them, the first thing they'd ask was if I was a tattoo artist, and I would say no. It's just a found hobby. Alright, so the tattoo that we're getting covered up is Hendy's name. Like, poor Melrose. Dating for 8 months. But turns out the guy was cheating on a partner of 3 years. You got his name tattooed on you. I don't know. I guess I feel like if that were me, maybe I'd want to kill the god of love too. Okay. It seems like a bad time. It seems like a bad time. It's just a fond hobby, given I like to get them, even if they sometimes leave me feeling regret. Now it's time to figure out what I'll change this one to be. Oh, here's the moment they're gonna do it. Huh? I looked up from the page and caught sight of a couple some tables away, hands clasped and leaning toward each other. Right before their lips touch, the cashier from inside calls their order number, and one gets up to retrieve it. I was sure they'd finally kiss. The voice was loud and clear, but no one seemed to register it at all. I looked back over my shoulder to get a glimpse of who the onlooker might have been. What I saw was nothing I'd imagined. It's definitely gonna happen today. They're a little shy, but they just have to get into the right mood. A large, bulky male with a sunlit smile and some strange get-up practically towered behind me. If nothing else bizarre about his appearance alarmed me, it was the big angelic wings that protruded from his lower back. I'll just wait and see how the rest goes. Oh, right. This guy's drawing. At that very moment, he cast his gaze down and our eyes met. His eyes fluttered and flicked about when he registered I was looking at him, as if to make sure he was right. He leaned closer, to which I leaned back. Wait. Can he see me? Hello? No shit, I can see you. Ah! Hey, hold up! He tried to turn and make a run for it. I caught onto a small cluster of his feathers. Don't pull his feathers out. Come on now. Ow, stop! You ripped them! A strike to my arm sent me spilling to the ground with a couple of dislodged feathers in my hand. Wait! From the cautious looks around me, my suspicions grew by the second, but I couldn't afford to worry about that. I hurriedly collected my things and chased after him. The chase led me up to the rooftop of some apartments, where I found him shyly watching me as I joined him. Despite his enormous size, something about him felt innocent and cute. I snorted, feeling humored. Are you done running now? I can't believe that you're able to see me. Like, really, really able to see me. Yeah, I can see all of your muscular greatness. Did my invisibility cloak fail? That can't be right. The couple and everyone else would have certainly seen me too. Are you human? Pretty sure I'm 100% human. But what are you? Me? I'm a Cupidine. A Cupid? You mean the little angel baby with the bow and arrow? No. Is that what humans think we look like? Close enough, but I'm sort of not a baby. Obviously. That you are not. His face reddened at my suggestive agreement, but he carried on as he had before. You know, it's cool that you can see me. I mean, it's not like humans couldn't if I just allowed them to, but we're not really supposed to not supposed to, because that may complicate stuff. How so? If humans could, tell that we're Cupids, they'd be more likely to harass us while we're working. Scouting Cupids have a duty to ensure that they match all of their assigned pairs per day, so we can't afford to let them see us. That and, the other thing. Anyway, matchmaking is important and needs as few distractions as possible. So what were you doing? I was checking in on one of my lovely pairs. I like to see if they're doing well and monitor their happiness. Oh. How sweet. An irritation festered in my chest, thinking about a set of love-granting angels flying around and making everyone happy. But not me. We just do what we can. Are you looking to fall in love with someone too? The way his eyes glistened as he asked me made my brow sweat. I couldn't hold his eye contact. I fixed my lips to deny him, but like a devil's whisper, the thought of Eros and my fountain pen seemed to entice me enough. Perhaps. I haven't had much luck with my love life these years. No way. That absolutely sucks. Well then please pray to Eros. I'll be able to help you find your match then. We don't really have the right to go shooting people willy-nilly, but if your name pops up in the matching pool, that'll give me permission to find your partner without trouble. Is it really that simple? Yeah, it's how we function for myriads now. That's wonderful. It disgusted me. How far up Eros's ass did I have to be to get him to acknowledge my cries enough to send one of his little errand boys before? I mean, you weren't praying to Eros before, to be fair. You're just doing it the normal way. If it were that easy, why have I failed so much until now? He had to have cursed me, denied me, blocked me out. There's no way it was ever that simple for me. And right now, I find it hard to even accept such a dumb little attempt as a handout. Fuck that. Tell me your name. I'll look out for it when you pray and make sure that I'm the one to grab it. Melrose Figueroa. Melrose. Melly. I'll commit your name to memory. He closed the distance between us and took my hand, clasping it between his own. It was so tiny within his hold that I felt self-conscious. Given you're my first human friend, I'll do everything I can for you. Don't worry about a thing. Okay? Okay. A friend deserves to know the other's name. Duh, how can I forget? I'm so sorry, Melly. From here on, just call me Icardi. Icardi the Scouting Cupid. Nice to meet you. The pleasure is really all mine, actually. I hate to leave, though. I only had a little free time in between. If you have to go, then you have to go. I have work to get back to, too, so you're not alone. Thank Olympus. Not for you. Not about the whole you and I being busy thing, just that it won't be rude to just... Honestly, how silly can you get? I'll leave before I fumble my exit any further. Bye. Up and away. With that, he flexed his large pair of wings and catapulted into the air with great speed. My question is, why didn't he fly away before? So was he running on foot all the way to the roof? Forgot he could fly. He was so nervous. A pink heart-shaped tear formed in the sky, and he disappeared into it, taking all signs of this exchange, even existing, with him. A Cardi, huh? Assuming I haven't gone even more insane than I am, he's cute. A new Pioneer Express request chimed from my phone, and I left the rooftop along with the bizarre experience behind. Love Life Studios. The traffic was brutal in this part of the city. Being the heart, it was bound to have the most activity. Some festive stuff caused them to block off several roads. That would have been a heads up to me if I'd actually dared to pay attention to this morning's news fully. I ended up having to leave my car in a parking lot up the street and walk down the sidewalk to the studio carrying the huge bag in my arms. As another person went in, I rushed in behind them to avoid getting stuck outside the door. Where's the receptionist? There was no one to greet me at the front desk. Just an empty chair and a sign saying, "Be back soon." I didn't want to wait around to ensure that someone picked up the order. I had other plans. However, the traction of in-and-out goers was so frequent that someone could simply steal the bag if they wanted to. Or maybe steal something from it. Fine. Whatever. I leaned against the desk, impatiently wrapping my fingers against the wood. Eventually, a booming voice and a commotion came from the back halls. What the hell was that? An angry man came storming past me and slammed his hands on the desk. Where did she go? She should have been back by now. Where the hell is our food? Food? The man looked at me and at the large brown bag next to me. Yes, food. Is that it? If you ordered from Serpent Taco, then yeah. Hell no. What is going on? Where the fuck is our food? I don't know. I got an order from Serpent Taco directed here, and I'm waiting on the owner to come confirm it. The man scoffed and rolled his eyes, extending his hand to take the bag. Well, I'm the owner. Are you testing my intelligence now? You just said you didn't order this. I grabbed his hand and flung it away, earning a glare from him. Why does that matter? Don't you want to leave anyway? Surely you have better things to get to. This is like the worst version of your coworker stealing your lunch. Your coworker stole your lunch, but beat up the delivery person to get it. That's like, can you imagine? Can you, like... I'm sure you know that even if that's obvious, there's another perfectly good reason I'm waiting around for the actual owner. Look, I don't care. I'm hungry. Barbs hasn't gotten my team our food, and we're starving, so I'm taking this bag, and she can deal with that disappointment when she comes back. I don't think you understand how much I don't care about your problem either. I won't be getting a bad review because you want to steal someone else's food. What are you, some damn food police or something? Man, I just want to be left with a 5-star review and possibly a tip. I have no fucks to give beyond that. Will you give a fuck about this, little man? The guy shoved his palm against my shoulder and reached his grubby hands into the bag. Immediately, I shoved him back and snatched the container. No hesitation, the man punched me dead in the jaw. Imagine. The man punched me dead in the jaw and I fell into the counter. Like, the hangriest of all time. Oh my god, help! Are they fighting? At the entrance? Is that Kevin? As the man attempted to have his way again, I grabbed his arm and pinned him down on the desk with it twisted behind his back. Alright. Delivery guy jutsu? Ow, 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 ow! Ow, that hurts. It hurts so badly, stop it. Crazy bastard. You punched me in the face. The man wildly threw his head back straight into my face, causing my nose to throb and my eyes to blur with tears. I relinquished my hold on him, reeling in the pressure exerted from the impact. Dazed, I took a few steps back and touched my nose, finding the palm of my hand stained with red. Ha! Oh, wait, hold on! As if realizing he'd made a grave mistake, the man held up his hands to surrender, but my fist still connected with his face. I took him down to the ground. When it felt like all of my restraint had just washed away, a firm hand wrapped around my raised fist. Sorry. I can't have this escalating any further than it already has. I looked to my right to find a tall, unkempt man hovering beside me with a cascade of long pastel pink hair. Whether he'd been hit too hard or my mind was playing games with me, this man sported huge horns protruding from his skull and a pair of black wings. He wasn't human. Even more apparent from his eyes hidden behind his shades. I blinked a few times and rubbed my eyes, but his image remained the same. You're the one who delivered the surfing taco order, yes? Can you stand? Yeah. Allow me to talk with you for a moment. In my dumbfoundedness, I allowed him to lift me to my feet and lead me toward the back hall. Wait! What about me? He struck me too! I'm hurt and hungry! You deserve everything you just received. By the way, Barb's told me to order from there because her car broke down and she couldn't bring us the pizza. What? Why didn't anyone tell me? Stop looking for people to be angry with and feed your pothole. This way, sir. He led me into a studio room and eased me. So they're both wrong. Technically, it was his food. But he also tried to beat the shit out of somebody for potentially someone else's food. I guess Melrose fought in self-defense, so he'd be in the clear if he wasn't, an independent contractor working for a delivery service. I'm pretty sure it's a contract violation. Anyway, he led me into the studio room and eased me down onto a quilted couch in front of his desk. The quietness compared to the muffled commotions outside made me even more conscious of his strange appearance. His beating heart cavity was hard to ignore. He must have noticed my discomfort as he immediately buttoned his shirt. Apologies if too much skin is uncomfortable for you. Skin? The best part about this is that in real life, he just has his shirt completely unbuttoned. He's just at work like this, with a tie on. Was that not the issue? I mean, your heart is... Huh? Let's see here. They should be in this drawer. He walked to retrieve some napkins and brought them back, taking hold of my face. It doesn't appear to have bled much. You should be fine. I assure you that such barbaric behavior doesn't take place here often. Kevin can be ill-tempered, but I suppose today's hangriness got the better of him. There's no good excuse for it, but I hope that you'll overlook what happened here. He gently wiped the blood away from the corner of my lip and from my nose. With a light pinch, he gestured for me to blow into the napkin before retreating to toss it in his trash can. He physically assaulted me. On normal grounds, wouldn't someone sue? They would. And I understand if you want to, but I would rather that you didn't. Don't want to get your precious studio caught up in legal troubles? Precisely. However, the studio's image is the least of my concerns. I'm just a busy man. I would rather pay you off myself than involve legal affairs. $1,000 and I'll shut up about it. Is that all? 1,500. Final choice. What the 2,000? Imagine. Do you not need money, Melrose? I thought you don't have like a full-time job. Not even thinking. I feel like this tracks though. $2,000. I mean, yes, but I guess it's good. You know, he's not trying to extort this gentleman here. He's got a good heart. he's got a heart of gold, you know? All right. I'll write you a check for $2,000. I also left you a $20 tip and a 5-star review for gallantly protecting the food. Are you kidding me? He wasn't. I pulled out a slip and signed it right over for me to deposit with zero hesitation. It was then that I realized who he truly was. You're that radio host, Dr. Love. I was under the impression that you were aware of this already. I guess I stand corrected. You're different from what I imagined you'd be like. Many people say that. If there's nothing else that I can do for you, I wouldn't want to keep you any longer than I have. Yeah. He retrieved a card from his desk and handed it to me while adjusting his glasses. If you're aware of my show, then you must also know that we provide love consultations here. Therapy for my love life. And why do you think I need this? Huh? You're giving off the energy of a single and struggling man. Oh, really? Do you find that funny, love doctor? I'm just offering to help you fix that if you so desire. An option, if you will. Thanks, I guess. Please hold your thanks until you decide to actually receive my aid. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to help myself to lunch before my coworkers gorge it all. You can eat normal food? Dr. Love raised a skeptical brow at me, but I decided to leave the conversation alone. Whatever I was seeing probably wasn't anything at all, or he was doing a good job of ignoring it. It was best to just leave. If I stayed any longer, his gracious gestures would take a turn for the worse. How do you know that? Seems normal and not like he's gonna murder you or anything. Do have safe travels to whatever your next endeavors are, Mr. Melrose. He bowed his head and gestured for me to leave first. I quit working for the day and went to my car. As I got in, my phone vibrated with a text. Mar? I won't be coming home tonight, but I'll be over first thing tomorrow at noon. We can grab some food before we move the rest of my things. I can only imagine that she and Edmund were having a great time with no desire to end it soon. I grabbed the steering wheel and let out a loud sigh. I need a break. Let's go get a drink. Dr. Love's check contributed to a night of fun at the club. You're not even trying to... Mess. Anyway. I had dropped my car off back at the apartment and walked the distance since Solar Bar wasn't a very long walk. I'd be lying if I said I didn't hope to see Hendy. Since Solar had 2 locations, he would work some shifts at this one too. Now that we weren't together anymore, I no longer knew what his schedule was, or if he even worked here anymore. All signs of his having been in my life faded, except for the tattoo of his name on my leg. Hendy's a fucking hater. I should change his name to look like a dick. Never mind. That'd be embarrassing. The barkeep limited me to no drinks and told me to head home while I could still walk. I tried to linger as long as I could for Hendy, but he never showed up. Get out of there. Just go home and live your life, please. For real. My feet swerved in a clumsy waltz down the quiet streets of the night. The slight breeze of winter and the crisp, cold, fresh air in my lungs made me crack a smile. It also kept me aware that I wasn't at home or in the comfort of my bed yet, so that meant I had to keep moving my legs. It was just me and the dark street, illuminated by a single working streetlight. The city had been too busy funneling money to other repairs to bother with fixing a few bulbs. Most nights this never bothered me, and tonight it wouldn't have either. But oddly enough, in my bliss, I felt a remarkable chill and a sixth sense that something had been watching me once I passed the last light. My pace quickened. A set of heels soon joined the sway of my feet, fighting for stability. With a subtle look to my left, and then to my right, there was no other person around me. Not even behind me. I reached for the fountain pen in my jacket and firmly clenched it in the palm of my hand. If push came to shove, I had thought to use it as a weapon. The apartments weren't too far away now. However, there was a cut through an alley that I needed to make. The not-so-subtle footsteps were still with me, yet no presence to be seen. Either my mind was playing games or the streets were haunted. Regardless, my unease wouldn't settle until I was at the door to the apartment. Meow. A pristine white cat bolted out from behind the nearby dumpster, clattering littered cans in its wake. It stopped in front of me, looking at my startled face. You're not the partner that's been following me, right? I figured as much. It'll give someone a heart attack skulking behind like that. Suddenly, my nose filled with the smell of a fresh bouquet and a subtle hint of death. Without a second thought, I turned my head to see who was behind me. Again, there was no one there. What the hell? Just come at me and stop playing around already. I tried to keep my voice steady in hopes of keeping whatever or whoever it was cautious, but the fear and trembling inside betrayed me. I really hoped that it was all in my head. After a couple of seconds standing there, nothing happened at all. I felt safe enough to turn around, and I have wanted to talk to you. Ah! Spooked. I lost my footing and fell backwards, but I didn't hit the ground. His firm hand gripped my wrist, slipping to clasp my hand, and kept me steady enough to dangle. All day. What? You met the scouting Cupid and the forecaster today. I couldn't let the day roll over without meeting you myself. If they could, why couldn't I? I recalled the 2 instances quickly and refocused my attention on actually observing the tall man. The discolored hands, the sharp nails, the crimson wings, the dim glow of a beating heart in the opening of his blouse. All showed that he wasn't human. I swallowed hard, feeling his other arm slip around my back to fix my posture. Now, I could have let you see me ages ago, but it's more exhilarating when the human eye sees what it isn't supposed to see. Who could have possibly known? He turned his gaze to the fountain pen, still clenched in my fist. Then back to me. I was too stunned for words. Anything that came to mind turned to mush the moment I thought to move my lips. His stare felt as intense as a spotlight beam. As if every tiny action was being watched and observed. Cat got your tongue? Meow. Was that not funny? You are here, after all. He addressed the cat. So maybe... spoilers? It's not spoilers, I'm just guessing. Is the cat Eros? Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be funny? Probably not. But Vitaly's addressing the cat with like a sense of familiarity. So who knows? Anyway. I froze and watched the simple smile on his face twisted gleefully with his next set of words. You know, your life has been full of amazing episodes. I didn't expect you to jump 3 weeks ago. You are always thwarting my expectations. I find that quite fascinating. Fascinating? What's more is that inside you is something destructive. His fingers hooked into the collar of my shirt and pulled me closer. Unconsciously, I grabbed onto him for support with my feet now entirely off the ground. The things you are capable of when you dare to let go. And just when I think you're finally going to cross a line, you never do. You sound angry at that. Do I? It is the contrary, actually. What do you want from me? Nothing, but for you to keep being as you are and doing what you are doing. He let go of me and leaned down to my eye level. I will see what you intend to do with this new world open up to you. The world of higher beings. What are you? His expression flickered for a moment, and he paused for quite a while before he responded to me. You are speaking to a god, but not the one that you want. Huh? I am Vitaly. A god of something. The something doesn't matter right now, but I know very well who the god is that you want. Eros is who you want. Yes. Unfortunately for you, that will be difficult. I don't know. Killing him isn't impossible. Just difficult as of now. Horror filled my face, and I pushed away from him, stumbling backwards. Just how much did he know? Actually, the true reason I am here is to tell you that this wild temptation is achievable. Why? So that you can laugh at my puny attempts to try something that ridiculous? His expression flickered again, and he paused before he responded to me as he did before. Sorry. Pardon me. I'm choosing you to answer a question from me. Whether you choose to do it, succeed at it, or fail, I will have my answer. And what if I don't do it at all? Are you not listening? I will have my answer regardless. Okay. But how do I... My confusion brought a soft smile to his face, one unlike the various others that he'd been plastering on. As you would seek any other god, in prayer. Or simply call my name. Because it is you, I will make time. It really is that easy with you people, huh? Perhaps. Nudging me with the back of his hand, he ushered me toward my apartment. Return to your home and sleep. No matter the decision that you make, I will be here to see it through. I looked back at him wearily, and he faded before my eyes as if camouflaging into our surroundings. Knowing that he was likely still there watching me made me more self-conscious, but somehow it was enough to get me into the building and to my apartment with ease. I walked over to the sink and made a fresh glass of water first thing, sighing as it passed down my throat, shivering as the entire day came crashing down on my shoulders. A scouting cupid. A demonic love therapist and an unknown god? What was I on? I'd blame the alcohol, but 2 of those encounters happened while sober. I mean, the second one happened after you'd gotten beaten up a little bit, but you probably didn't have a concussion, so it's not really a reason. Had I really gone insane? More insane? That Icardi was actually very approachable. If I humored him, maybe I could make something of his promise to help me. However, he chooses to help, that is. I wasn't so sure about Dr. Love. What was he? He didn't seem to let on too much, but Love Life Studio has made a name for itself among singles. Could it work for me? Then the stillness of the room settled in, and I thought of him. Vitaly, the god of something, the most bizarre of them all. If I took his word for everything, I could bet that things would get chaotic, for sure. 3 different people, 3 different options, lined up for me to decide where to tread next. What kind of joke is this? I should just go to bed. Stop thinking of all this crazy shit. Alright, so Vitaly is inaccessible. We only have Icardi and Dr. Love. Icardi and Dr. Love. Which I guess begs the question. Well, I guess I don't know. Anyway, I dressed for the occasion. We only have the first 2 options. I figured since I made such a big stink about my excitement to play this game, we might as well do what I think is probably going to be the more exciting route. Like, I think Dr. Love is going to be very... Well, hold on. I guess I should say if you're right. You're right. So that way we can jump back into this without doing the entire preamble again. I feel like Dr. Love is going to be not as chaotic. Like, I don't think Icardi is going to be chaotic, but based on what we saw of demo number 2, it seems like there's an element of like change to what happens with Icardi, because Icardi is like not part of the human world, and a lot of what we're doing is teaching Icardi about love so that he can help us find a partner. This is how I made this decision anyway. Whereas Dr. Love, I think, is going to be more about Melrose encountering someone that actually understands love, whereas Melrose clearly doesn't understand love, which is why he keeps getting into these insane situations with his partnerships. I think they're both going to be good, but they are going to be very different. So I think this is going to be more silly and funny and exciting. There's going to be probably more comedic elements, whereas this one's going to be more, not dramatic, but definitely somber. Let's see if I'm right. We'll find out next week when we do the Dr. Love route, I suppose, depending on how far we get through this. But wearing my Icardi cosplay, and I'm ready to fuck. All right, anyway. My weight dropped against the bed in my dark room, unable to cave to the lull of sleep just yet. I couldn't stop thinking about Icardi's promise. Could this be the opportunity for the change that I wanted? The hopeful sensation was merely the surface area of darker thoughts. Killing Eros was possible. I just needed to get where he was. I just needed to get closer. There's also the element of, like, I think Melrose is going to, like, try to manipulate Icardi into letting him into the Cupid holding station or wherever the hell they live, so that he can get to Eros, who's presumably also there. And that's an interesting conflict as well. Water break. As sweet as Icardi was, I pegged him to be gullible and easier to twist around my finger if I wanted to. This isn't about love. I want revenge. Rolling onto my back, I sighed and stared at the ceiling. With a humble heart, I pray to you, Eros. Please help find my one true love. Thespe. Finishing my scout work and returning to Thespe, I sat beside the matching pool and intently waited his name's arrival. I have to keep my eyes peeled. Any moment it could arrive. Melly's counting on me. My eyes watered from hours of not blinking, but my determination was stronger than any dry stinging. I had a human friend, and he actually needed my help. I made an actual promise, one that he could hear and affirm. I couldn't bear the idea of giving him false hope. You're here already? Shouldn't you be resting? Don't worry about him. Icardi's always like this. The younger they are, the more energetic. I want to get a head start on my matching tomorrow. So you're taking from those still getting assigned right now? Nothing says you can't do that, but it is a little overboard. Then pick them already. What are you waiting around for? What? What are you asking me to do? If you're getting a head start, you only need to pick the names you'll do tomorrow, right? Just get them and go rest already. You're not being picky, are you? Of course not. I'd never even think of discriminating.
Good, because it's against the rules. So what's your holdup?
Bah, leave him alone. The newbies have their little rituals that they do before they pick.
Maybe he was waiting for someone to join him.
I could only smile at their back and forth, shifting my eyes to the pool. I couldn't miss his name. But with their constant talking, I worried that maybe I already had. What if Melly's prayer arrived before I came back? That would mean that one of the other scouting cupids was going to fulfill his request.
What a baby. Come on.
Huh? What?
We'll pick names together so that you can run along.
But I didn't ask them to do this. Are you sure? There's no reason to rush your process for me.
Rush what? Why are you making this difficult? Just pick names.
If I tried to stall any longer, he'd get even more agitated. He really wasn't any higher than me in the hierarchy, but because he'd been alive for longer, he was practically my superior. And all scouting cupids had to respect their superiors. Okay, here, let's go over here. We each gathered up as many names as we could, and in the end, I didn't see Melly's name.
There. Now we all have a head start for tomorrow. Now you can go to bed.
Why are you so hard on him? Look what you did. He's not as chipper as he was moments ago. No, I'm not upset. Don't worry about me. The lack of energy just settled in.
See, that's why I said go to bed. Our sleep is important. You should value the fact that we can even sleep. The facilitators have it way worse than us.
I'm sorry?
Is this idiot apologizing to me?
Enough already. Let him be and let's go. We have other things to attend to. He looked like he had a lot more to say to me. I mean, a whole lot. But the other Cupidine was older than both of us, so we had no choice but to listen. I lagged behind as they began to depart, feeling disappointed that they'd intercepted my efforts. Instead of checking in on the others, I should just visit him. Splash? Oh, nice. Mid-thought, the matching pool had a fresh arrival of names. The other two had gone far enough down the hall that they wouldn't be able to get in my way. I hurried back to the pool, and I couldn't hold back the smile on my face. Don't worry, Melly. I've got you. The commitment to the bit. Nomen departments. My back ached from all the heavy lifting I'd been doing. We loaded the last of Marlowe's things into the moving truck, and she was on the road back to Esmond's place. We went out to catch a movie prior and had a little talk. During all of which I fought hard to convince her that I would be fine. But after she was gone, I wasn't so sure. Melly! I jolted off the couch and fell to the floor. Ow! What the fuck? Oopsie. That was not my intention. He scooped me up by the arms and sat me back on the couch apologetically. You didn't register that I was here, so I had to make myself visible. What? I didn't register you. Yeah, it was almost like every other human encounter. My eyes wandered to the fountain pen on the table, and suddenly everything became clearer. Oh, right, the pen allows you to... Right. I did forget about that part. The fountain pen allows me to see you, then. Really? Wow. Must be a pretty important item. What did you come here for? I grabbed the pen and put it in my pants pocket. I couldn't have him getting too curious about it. Oh, I got your name out of the matching pool, so I can find your partner. Isn't that cool? I finished all my other matches, and I checked in on all my other pairs, so now I can focus on you. He pulled out a white and fancy bow reminiscent of a harp, then drew the string back to form an arrow. The process might be a little alarming. I probably should have done it when you couldn't see me. Huh. No worries, I just need to shoot you in your chest first, and then I'll go find your partner. Wait! I stood up quickly, startling him enough to lower the bow. What's wrong? Is it too scary? I was hoping you could help me a different way. A different way? I closed the distance between us, joining him in front of the coffee table. Raising a hand, my fingertips briefly grazed the bow before he put it away. Sorry. Oh, we're not allowed to let humans touch them. Understandably so. Psyche shot arrows with his own, and I doubt he'd want to repeat with his minions. Have you heard of the natural methods humans use to fall in love? I've seen it. From people who don't pray to be matched or believe in arrows. It's a lot slower, but just as cute. Why do you ask? You know who my partner is... Sorry, you know who my partner is now, right? He furrowed his brow slightly, unable to look me in the eye before nodding his head. Do you actually? Yes! How else could I find them otherwise? Then I want you to guide me to them. No arrows involved. I want to find and get to know them naturally. But that... You're too busy for something like that, huh? More personal than a little checkup to see how things are going? No, it's not that. I just don't understand. What's the difference between having our involvement or not? How do humans spark adoration without us, and what's so special? What does it feel like? Maybe if I understood, I could help you better. He averts his eyes again, and I can feel that there's something more beneath his words. Something that he's hiding. It doesn't seem like he has any intention of telling me, though. Regardless, he gave me what I wanted. A way in. I'll teach you. Or, better, I'll show you. But you need your partner for that. We'll find them together. But as we do, I'll tell you all about my relationships. It's a horror story? This is the campfire stories. The nightmare relationships of Melrose. Perhaps. Yeah, the good parts, exactly. The good parts. The good parts when you would talk to Hendy and he would never tell you anything about himself, or the good parts when you got a tattoo of Hendy's name on your leg. Which parts? Which good parts are we talking about? I'm just curious. Maybe you should just introduce him to Marlo instead. Anyway. And other people's. We'll study romance. I'll tell you how crushes work, how confessions work, how dating works, and the various acts of intimacy. How does that sound to you, Icardi? He visibly swallowed, and his gaze wouldn't connect with mine at all. He seemed to retreat into his thoughts, and for a moment it felt like I wouldn't be able to get any further than this. Ah, what the heck. Let's do it. It'll mean I have to spend my days even more meticulously to fit time for you, but it's worth it. I've always wanted to learn, and you're my friend, so I have to support you. Oh? Good. Then we'll have to... Fantastic. Cardi rushed to wrap his big arms around me, hugging me tightly, my face pressed against his broad and soft chest. I'm so excited! Like, really, really excited. Don't worry, I'll do my best to help you find them without spoilers. I can't believe I'm going to witness the full process. Thank you, Melly, you're so cool. Don't thank me yet. You haven't even started. I don't care, I'm grateful. It was overwhelming. The amount of overjoyed happiness that he radiated was too much. My face turned a shade of red, and I didn't know what to do with my hands as he hugged and swayed me. I felt uncomfortable, but it wasn't because of his actions. This just didn't feel right. I mean, you are manipulating him to kill Eros. At least you have a conscience about it. With the newly formed pact, I continued life as normal. Icardi promised to come and see me whenever he had a free window, so all I could do was wait. In the meantime, I was growing painfully aware of how much I didn't want to stay in the apartment. The landlady had finally flown home to... The landlady finally had family fly home to visit. She introduced me to her son the first day, but he didn't hide his disapproval of me. Water break. If you hear this sound, this is me. I guess I'm not gonna say it like that, but I keep like squeezing the water bottle to hold my attention, to keep my focus. Unfortunately, it's loud as fuck. So I apologize in advance. I'll try not to do it.
What is unsuccessful?
It wouldn't surprise me if he were the reason she wasn't popping by as much. Marla found time to call, and when she couldn't, we mostly talked through texts. Some of which she'd seen, but left unread. Regardless, we still talked, and that was okay. I dropped my head on the couch pillow and grabbed the remote. Just as I was about to change the channel, Icardi phased through my ceiling. Found it! Let me guess, you phased into the wrong apartment, like last time. It isn't easy to remember your exact location, other than it's on the top floor, Melly. But you went into the landlady's apartment? Probably. I sat up on the couch and crossed my arms. So, what have you been doing? Right, I wanted to talk to you. His nervous look told me it was probably something important that he felt hesitant to share beforehand. Go on. About your partner. I don't... Stop. Huh? Whatever you're gonna say, don't say it. I was only gonna say... Do not say it. He huffed a concerned sigh, then remained silent with a perplexed expression for a long time. Why don't... Why don't you want to hear the truth, Melrose? Why? What are you so scared of? Stop. I had no clue what he was going to say, but the possibilities terrified me to think of the words that he could say. Saying it anyway. Very brave of you, Icardi. I don't know who your partner is. You... Don't yell at me! I was so eager to grab your name from the pool the other day that I didn't pay attention to your link. What? Link? When I told you I knew who your partner was, I was lying. I don't know them yet. But that's where the new plan comes in. I still have your name. I can put your name back into the matching pool, and it should link to your partner. Let's hold off on that for a bit. Why should we? I think that it'd be really, really counterproductive if I don't know. And you will learn. I just think we should spend a little time being ignorant so that you can understand the feelings I'm trying to teach you. Oh. Is it lesson time? I'm all ears. Here, let me... Icardi scrambled to plop down on the couch next to me, reminiscent of an energetic puppy. He smiled, and his eyes twinkled eagerly. Okay. So... humans don't have this whole extra sense or direct answer on who their lifetime partners or soulmates might be. Each day is a blind search. A lot of days, you may come up empty-handed. Icardi perked up, tipping his head off to one side as he enthusiastically intercepted my talking point. That's why praying to Eros is easier. It eliminates having to find them yourself, because we will do our best to unite you. That defeats the point, but it makes for an easier time. I guess. True. But that's not how humans who prefer natural selection, nor those that don't believe in Eros, want to handle it. Little by little, you're living your life. There may be highs and lows, where you're wondering. I trailed off into an unwarranted train of thought, much to Icardi's curiosity. Eyelashes batted with anticipation for me to continue. Before he could become any more zealous about it, I pulled myself together. Wondering when your lover will arrive, and then one day you run into someone. You don't understand it, but there's a spark. And suddenly you're seeing them often, you're getting to know this person. Does it make you happy? Yes. Ecstatic. The more time you spend with them, the more you learn about them, the more they learn about you. Any fear or reservations you had, secrets you've held, are all given to them. And they take good care of you, right? In an ideal relationship, yes. They do. And you sit and assess the time you've spent together, whether long or short, and then the golden question comes. Will you marry me? All too excited, Icardi interrupted my train of thought, and I couldn't help giving him a wry smile. Not quite. I mean, it could, but that's not where I was going yet. Oh, excuse me, sorry. The golden question is whether this person is the love of your life. Is this person made for you? Are they your soulmate, your one and only? Ah. That sounds magical. Yeah. Even so, he still appeared to be rather thoughtful about what I'd said, hard at thinking while tapping his chin. But it's not so different if you pray to Eros, though. If you don't disclose who your partner is to you, isn't it all the same? No, it's not. Because you already prayed for it to happen. If on that same day, or the next day, you mysteriously run into someone, your mind will think, Eros answered my prayers. You are my soulmate. So no, not the same. It's magical, but it's not the same as taking shots in the dark and getting a lucky strike. Maybe it'd be better if you had a love forecaster then. A love forecaster? They go by love forecasters in Thespe, but in the human realm, they're just consultants. Like Dr. Love? Oh, you've met him. Yeah, he and some people that work with him are Thespe's oldest forecasters. They are the oldest to the method that you're talking about. Or, sorry, the closest to the method that you're talking about. They kind of prepare you for your partner and tell you where you might find them and what they are like, but they don't interfere or help you find your partner in the world. Only guide. Wow. Eros really does cover all his tracks. Enough to have his hand in almost every little affair, huh? I guess you could say that. They're a lot closer to humans than the rest of us. It's unfortunate how they're treated, though. How they're treated. Well, hierarchy stuff. You know? They're just as efficient at their jobs as anyone else. I'd totally recommend it if you were already asking me to help. Please don't change your mind, by the way. I know they're probably easier to work with, but I'm already here. He all but shoved himself into my face. The desperation formed into a little pout. Of course, he didn't need to worry about a single thing. I'd be stupid to switch my plan when this was more within my control. Whoa. Relax. I have no intention of asking anyone else. We're friends, after all. Yeah. So, what happens when a love workout? Icardi knows who Dr. Love is. Dr. Love has an exposed heart and horns. The love forecasters in here don't have horns? What is the horns aspect of it? Also, maybe the long nails and tinted hands? The different colored hands? And if Icardi knows who Dr. Love is, that means that the, Cupid Society knows who Dr. Love is, which means, I guess, whatever's happening to Dr. Love is perhaps standard operating procedure. It's probably something normal and not something abnormal, even though it's not detailed here. I don't know. We're gonna find out. Probably. Maybe. Most likely. Potentially. After a little more chattering, Icardi hurried back to Thespe, and I gathered my notepad to detail everything that I knew thus far. Thespe is the realm where these Cupidine preside, which means Eros is there. They have a structured system for their matchmaking and a hierarchy. Also, Dr. Love has wings, which this love forecaster does not have also. Icardi is a scouting Cupid, but his status must be higher than that of a love forecaster. Given his statement about them being closer to humans, he was likely stronger, too. I needed to find out more about his capabilities and potentially get him to bring me to Thespe. Icardi POV. Alright, after this Icardi POV, I'm going to take a little break, just to stretch, drink some water, refresh my mind and face, my jaw muscles, etc., and then we'll come back. My heart has been pounding since Melly told me about the feelings humans get while building attraction. I've watched many couples fall in love by arrow so many times, and it's always amazing, but I wonder what that's like, too. That amount of devotion and dedication to a person. To think Melly has experienced it so many times made me wonder. Wait. I'm back. The partner. I have to do it before I forget. He never said that I couldn't find out. He just didn't want me to do it at that exact moment. I think. Regardless, I need to know who his partner is in order to guide him to them. I made my way down the halls, greeting fellow Cupidines until I made it to the quarters of the matching pool. It wasn't as empty as the other day because of the time, but I found a space where I could linger alone. I kneeled down to the edge of the water and glanced to either side. Quickly. You again? Ah! I retracted my hand from the pool and looked up to find the same Cupidine that had badgered me before. Hey, how are you? Peachy. He kneeled next to me and looked at the names in the pool. That's good. You're a workaholic, you know. I saw you've already taken care of your shift for the day. Oh, that? I just love helping humans fall in love. Yeah? Well, you shouldn't get too involved in it. It's okay to love your purpose, but we have rules to follow too. To be honest, I didn't understand why it was so bad to be concerned about our pairs. If we put them together, it should naturally make sense to want to see them thriving. I know. Glad you do. Wouldn't want another case like that other Cupid months ago. He narrowed his gaze pointedly at me, and my shoulders tensed. Just do as you're told, okay? I'm not bullying you, so don't go crying to the other guy about it. Got it? Okay. Good. So go back to your room. But what part of do as you're told isn't connecting with you? All right. Sorry, Melly. Finding his partner would have to wait until the Cupidine wasn't around. We're so close to the end of the existing section that I know of. I think it's is it right after this? I think it's this sequence and then maybe a day passes or something and then Melrose is doing deliveries. and almost like gets into it with like another ex. And that, like, considering Melrose's love life, it must be kind of a nightmare to live in this like city. Like, how I'm sure he has exes all over the place, and they all still live in town. Like, Handy worked at the bar within walking distance of his apartment. Like, ooh, the stress. Ooh, stressful times. I am still gonna take a break now, but I think we're close to the end of the demo 2.0 section. After which point we'll be encountering completely new content. I'm excited about it. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Did a little walk around, had a little water, had slightly more. I've been rationing out my caffeine. Doing like a little bit of the portion before and a little bit after. I realized I bought the caffeine pills earlier this year, and they are effective, but of course, you know, there is a bit of planning required. Like, sorry, putting on my headphones. If you're gonna use caffeine pills, I need to like take it like an hour before the stream starts, roughly. Probably with food. Usually I do take it with food. I don't know if it makes a difference or not. In order for it to be active for me to start the stream. Like, I'd like to start the stream with good energy rather than like have okay energy and then like 30-45 minutes in start to perk up from the caffeine pill. I'm drinking an energy drink right now, which is a lot quicker. So I drank some of it before the stream while I was out during the day, and then the last like half of it I drank a quarter before the stream started, and then the last quarter right now. It's good stuff. Anyway, it was getting hard to scrape together meals, so I had no choice other than to make a trip to the grocery store. I hated shopping at the overcrowded Higgies, where a battle would ensue over everything that I could need. Oop. But mornings weren't like that, thankfully. It was emptier and easier to grab what I wanted. I guess there's no audio. Yeah. I'll keep an eye on it. The process was still a lot slower than usual. However, dwelling on it was no good. Melly! I didn't expect to find you here. You say my name with such delight. Why wouldn't I? I'm happy to see you. It's just early in the day and your sunshine is... It's bright. So what are you doing here? I glance around us, noticing other shoppers. None of them seem to be aware of his presence, so I figure the pen is at work again. I pulled out my earplugs and put them in my ears, then began pushing the cart. What? Why would you put your earplugs in? What? Oh, why would you have your earplugs in at the... You have anxiety, Melrose? Anyway, Oh, I had a match to make here. That cute pair, over there. He pointed to a store clerk and a shopper having a clumsy exchange in the aisles across from us. I see. I can spare some time to talk with you. My next pairing won't be in the same place for a couple more hours. How does that work? Getting them in the same place? Well, that comes in file with the link. Every time and place that they'll encounter each other. Some people have a flow of encountering each other years later, but with our system, we can actually speed up the process through compulsion. What? Compulsion? Putting the thought of going to a particular place in their head. What? They'll meet. Eventually. That just makes it easier for those who pray and want their love found. Faster. It made sense, but the idea of that sounded too impersonal. I guess he noticed my disapproval because he cleared his throat. It's not as bad as it sounds verbalized. It probably sounds forced. Huh. Even you can pick up on that then. It's just that I've been thinking more about what you said about the method you labeled natural. And? I think it might be more magical. Oh no, I think it might be more magical. I still think both methods are wonderful, though. Just imagining falling in love with someone makes my heart shake. Why just imagine? Can't you just... Oop. Why is that bag doing that? I saw a woman freaking out while looking in our direction. I turned around to see Icardi holding a bag of cheese puffs. Of course, I could see him clearly, but the average human probably just saw what the woman was seeing. Icardi. I turned to take the bag from him and put it in my cart. That bag was floating, right? Nah, it was on a tall rack with an extended hook. Oopsie. Oh, thank goodness. I thought this store was haunted for a moment there. I waited until she was gone, and then continued to push the cart, grabbing the rest of the things I needed. However, that didn't go as soundly because Icardi couldn't keep his hands off of things. What are you, a child? By human standards, no. What kind of an answer is that? Most of my superiors are myriads older than me, so I'm just a kid to them. Or I'm just a kid to them. Regardless, stop touching shit. Everything you grab, I end up putting in the cart. But I've seen my peers eating these things, and I've always wanted to try them. No more. This is all I'm buying. Be glad that I'm even getting these. Thank you, Melly. His vibrant smile made it hard to be irritated at the moment of extra money leaving my wallet. I packed everything into the back seat of the car and got in, but I didn't expect him to sit in the passenger seat. Yet he did. I've never been in a car before. Trying to experience all of your firsts today, huh? You're my only human friend. Only you can help me with this without it turning into a stealth mission. Just make sure you behave and don't put your hands over here or anywhere that can block my line of sight while I'm driving. Roger. Icardi was full of oohs and ahs nearly the entire ride. It was hard not to keep my eyes on him and his cute reactions. He gushed about how smart humans were despite having a giant pair of retractable wings for himself to use. Every speed bump made him cheer like it was some roller coaster, and he was obsessed with the windows. Dog! Hey, keep your body in the car. Woof. Oof. It can see you? Animals are free to see us. We only hide ourselves from humans. Woof woof. Ah, woo! I'm sorry, I'm not. I can't. I can't. After the ride back, it took a bit of time getting the food upstairs and into my apartment. 2 trips nearly turned into 3, if not for Icardi butting in. Here, let me just do this for you. He touched my shoulder and suddenly we were in my apartment room. My knees buckled and I dropped to the floor with the remaining bags. Whoa, are you okay? I should have warned you first. I'm so sorry, Melly. Don't worry about it. I'm surprised that you didn't think to do that earlier. Well, You were pretty hard at work already. It's probably for the best. We'd be lucky if no one was paying attention. You were on the side of my car, after all. If anyone saw us teleport, it was likely the residents of the apartment themselves. We'd know for sure if someone approached me about it in the later days. I should probably go check on the rest of my pairs before the next one. Don't feel obligated to stay. You're so easily dismissive, Melly. If you have to go, then you have to go. I guess so. He didn't sound too enthusiastic about that. Helping others took up most of his time. Mundane things were likely a foreign concept. I grabbed the bag of puffs from before and handed it to him. Whenever you get a break, just come here and rest. I can't do that. I'm supposed to be helping you when I'm here. Consider it part of helping you then. Oh, sorry, consider it part of me helping you then. Here, you can learn what it's like to be human. Really? I won't get in your way? Of course not. You're so kind to me. He embraced me in a hug much like the first time, and, like before, I felt strange accepting it. He didn't linger much longer afterwards, disappearing through the ceiling with a promise to see me again soon. I figured that at this rate I'd be able to move my plan along slightly faster. It was the perfect opportunity to gain more of his trust. I began putting the rest of the goods away when I noticed something black on the floor. A black feather? Did Icardi drop this? I theorized that maybe it has something to do with Icardi learning more about the human world, the feathers, but it also could be one of Vitaly's feathers. No, actually no, Vitaly's feathers are red. So maybe I was right. Maybe my theory was correct. It remains to be seen, unless Dr. Love is breaking into Melrose's apartment. Which he shouldn't be. This isn't his route. It's not about you, Dr. Love. You get the next stream. Since that day, Icardi has been showing up even less. Aw. I was beginning to think that I had suggested something that I shouldn't have. But when he did show, there was nothing different about him. Other than the occasional drop of a black feather from his pure white wings, that is. It doesn't register with him when he sees them, or if he doesn't make a vast deal of them. He only apologizes and plucks them. I don't know why, but they give me a bad feeling. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I don't know why. I mean, I guess probably because of spoilers, but maybe if Icardi learns too much about human love in the process of finding love in a more mundane way, he'll be downgraded to a love forecaster. Maybe that's how it works. But they just don't tell anybody. They don't warn people about it. Who knows? We'll find out.
Did you hear about Love Life Studio being packed?
Yeah. It's always like that around this season. You'd be surprised to receive a consultation.
Valentine's FOMO.
I mean, yeah. It's hard to get in a relationship these days when it feels like everyone has given up.
You're saying that as if you called in. You didn't call in, did you?
No openings until about 3 months ago. It's gonna be a lonely holiday.
Jeez.
Even if Dr. Love's place saw an influx of work, then Icardi had to have been working. Oh, sorry, if even Dr. Love's place saw an influx of work, then Icardi had to have been working overtime. God. Order up, Rose Boy. Oh, thanks. I left the cave with the order and headed out to the delivery location. It didn't exactly come as a shock that the address was my apartment. but it was nice. Saved me the trouble of having to cut into my work to stop at home for a bit. Oh man, I have to drink more water. It wasn't a thing that happened often, that's for sure. I didn't realize this part happened at Melrose's apartment. So one of his exes lives in the same building. Ooh. Knock. The first knock hardly landed before the door opened and my face met with a flush of cigarette smoke. You know, when I saw that Melrose Figueroa was the deliverer, I imagined it be you. There had been the slightest thought that maybe, just maybe, the person had been the one I had known. I wanted to believe otherwise. I guess they didn't live in the apartment before, but they moved into the same apartment that you live in? That's rough, buddy. That's terrible. The world was small, and of course, I wasn't so far away that the possibility of seeing him was none. But could my luck really be this shitty? Here's your order. I shoved the bag and drink holder forward with a loose grip, forcing him to act fast to ensure that they didn't fall. Wait, don't be like this. You made it clear to me how you felt about me years ago. It was years ago. We were what, like 18, 19? So are you giving me the young and dumb story? It's true. I mean, look at you. Still as gorgeous, if not prettier than the last time we were together. He gave me a once-over with his eyes and smiled a hefty smile. If you think I'm going to be flattered after you also labeled me a If you think I'm going to be flattered after you also labeled me a psychopathic redhead, then you are mistaken. Holding grudges is attractive. Alright, we're gonna save. I think there's an offshoot here that is like an early ending and then you can just go back. Or at least that's what happened in the demo. I don't actually know what happens here now. You're a shitface. Just come in here. Come hang out with me. I'm on the clock. I don't have time. We know you can make time, Mel. I tensed up at the use of that nickname, clenching my fists. I felt his middle finger extend to brush my wrist. With the food still in his grasp, he leaned forward and hovered close to my ear. His breath tickled my face and the smell of tobacco reached my nose. Though I hated it, there was a wash of relief that settled in from the familiarity. Doesn't have to be long. Just some reminiscing. My earlobe passed through his lips, and his teeth grazed just enough to make me shiver and pinch my eyes closed. Your first choice has arrived. Choices follow a positive or negative influence depending on the context of the scene. Either choice can give good or bad results. For Melrose, think carefully. Positive influence does not always mean positive outcome, and vice versa. Okay. I think I picked negative influence. We already saved, so we have all the time in the world and all the opportunity to do whatever the fuck, I guess. Disgusted, I shoved him back, rage winding into my clenched fist before I swung it viciously. I expected it to connect with his face, but I found myself struggling to launch forward. Something was holding me back. It wasn't myself. I wanted to let loose. Let's run. Huh? Icardi tugged me away from the door and made a break for the staircase. His presence left me so disoriented. Still, I was relieved that he stopped me. Alright, we'll put a save here. And then let's see what the negative. Yeah. For the briefest moment, I felt the rage bubble inside me, and my hand took hold of his throat against my better judgment. Having caught myself, I retracted my hand and stared at his bewildered expression. I didn't mean to do that. You were always into that kind of kinky stuff, so I'm not surprised. Come here. He quickly placed the delivery onto the table next to the door and grabbed my jacket collar, tugging me inside. Hold on. I don't really have anything for this. I'm gonna take a look at something here. Just a moment. Ooh, okay, actually I think I can do this. Here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to... Oh. Hello? Oh, it's not active. That's fine. Oh, interesting. Okay, I don't know why it won't show. Okay, hold on. I guess I'll have to do it on the main screen. I can't do it on the BRB screen, so I can actually test it. But that's okay. You'll get to see the work. You'll get to see the work in progress. Let's go back to the main. So we have this overlay here. What I'm gonna do is take it. I don't think this game gets that raunchy. There's supposed to be nudity. I don't know to what degree. So for my sake and yours, but mostly my sake so I don't get fucking banned on Twitch, I'm gonna go ahead and set up this little love screen here. Full opacity. Brightness. Blending mode. No. Oh, that's cute though. Why is it so... Why is it so pale? Normal blending mode. It's at full opacity. Saturation, isn't it? Why is it so... What about this is making it so pale? Is it because of this? Oh, that's a bit. Maybe it should be here. No. What the hecky? Alright, good. That's good. You shift it. Reduce the brightness a bit so it's not so overwhelming. Reduce the gamma. Adjust the gamma. I think that's where we want it to be. Lower the contrast a bit so it's cute. Hard at work here. Hard at work, okay? And if it gets a bit crazy, we're just gonna turn this off. For safety's sake, just in case, you know? You guys are just gonna have to be outside of the love field for this one. If it gets crazy, Because it might. It might get crazy. I don't know. I'll leave it up until I confirm. He quickly placed the delivery onto a table next to the door and grabbed my jacket collar, tugging me inside. It was a swift action, swift as I remembered it. At first, it felt like we were going together, then quickly changed to the claws of hell or something. I wasn't sure how to feel back then, and I still wasn't sure now. You're being hasty. You said that you had work, so let's keep it quick, yeah? Only someone dumb would think he was being considerate of me. He never kept to his word. Another toxic ex of Melrose. No, poor baby. Clearly he wanted to use me for as much fun as he could get. No love guided his advances, but chasing a memory of a time where I thought there was felt right at the moment. In the end, it didn't really amount to anything. Surprisingly enough, he appeared comfortable sleeping beside me after all these years. Alright, so we're chilling. The deed has been done. But we have a safety screen for the future. Perhaps something changed. Or it didn't. Who honestly knew when it was him of all people? His phone kept vibrating with text. A hunch had me fully aware of where they were coming from. But I looked through his messages anyway. Honey, you'll stop by the hospital today, right? Uh-oh. Not again, Melrose. There's nothing to cherish here. I'm just something to marvel at. Just to look at and admire. To ogle at. Let's not get into that. Damn it, Rohan. Why? Honestly, I expected it from him at this point. Admittedly, it was a lapse in judgment on my part, but that wasn't what irked me. Reading through his messages, he had no qualms about the latest girl he'd been dragging along. In her, I saw myself 10 years ago. Tangled in his wild lifestyle filled with alcohol, drugs, parties, and violence. She didn't look like she belonged in his world, and judging by her hospitalized state, it showed. But here he was, rolling around with me instead of checking to see if she was okay. Such is the life of a carefree Rohan. Did her survival mean anything to him? Deja vu. Tiredness settled into my bones as I gazed at the gentle rise and fall of his chest. Funny. I had a single ounce of hope that you'd changed. I slid the pillow from beneath my head and pushed myself upright. The heartbeat pounded in my ears, gradually growing faster. All of this while your girlfriend is suffering in the hospital because of you. Your lifestyle. But you don't make people choose these things, right? You lead them to the water. Don't make them drink, but you're eager to entice them with it. Ron shifted onto his back from my whispers, so I quieted myself. I didn't want to wake him up. Not at all. It was better for him to remain dreaming. Whatever brief fantasy he had would be his eternity. The pillow in my hands was merely a cloud. What? No different from the sweet toxin of tobacco he willfully accepted down his throat. Murder? I didn't think it was going to go this way. Oh, they had sex with the gloves on? Alright, well, they're not having sex, so we don't have to filter for that, at least. No screen required. Both could very well kill him. I couldn't let him continue doing this. If she stayed with him, she'd get her killed or change her life for the worse. Perhaps it wasn't my call to make, but in the quiet of this apartment room, I felt justified in the silence. Initially, there was no resistance. Then, perhaps he realized he couldn't breathe for real. His hand desperately swiped and grabbed at whatever they could to no avail, and I watched every second as time took all signs of life away from him, until everything in the room was still as a frozen frame. I felt nothing. No happiness, no regret or remorse. Just empty. An intense pain interrupted the feeling. A sharp physical stab so abrupt, it felt like something burst through my chest. My vision flooded with red, then faded to black shortly after. What? I don't understand either, actually. I guess this is the consequence of passing judgment that isn't mine to make. Icardi, bad ending A, completed. Okay, so it is an ending. No? So who else would we be murdering? Do we murder Asher or something? Do we murder Hendy? Also, right, going back for a second. Doesn't go back. Isn't that the wrong hair color? I think so. Alright. Tisk tisk. Alright, so I think the only qualm I have about this is I feel like we need more initial mental instability for Melrose to just pop out and become a murderer. Does that make sense? Like, I don't object to the idea of Melrose becoming a murderer. He does want to kill Eros. But if there were like some hints of I don't know. I feel like this isn't like a harsh criticism or anything. I do feel like we do, like, it is established that he's willing to manipulate people, specifically in this case Icardi and Icardi's naivete to get what he wants, but we don't really get a lot of interiority as to, because we are getting everything from Miller's perspective anyway, about the choice to manipulate and therefore any like associated mental instability. I feel like just like, oh, this guy is dating someone and she's in the hospital but because of him, so we're gonna murder him, is not like a logical stepping point that a normal person would make. And I would like to see, or would have liked to seen, more instability. The reason why specifically I mentioned on Tumblr, I tagged that this game stylistically reminded me of Slow Damage. I haven't played any other Nitro Chiral games, or Nitro games, but Toa is very clearly unstable. Like, even without him doing anything insane, the plot points of how he behaves are all not stable. They're all very explicitly not stable. And whereas Melrose is a mess and is messy and clearly makes bad decisions, it doesn't, in my mind, hint at I might murder somebody just off the cuff, just for no real reason, just like on my time off. Like, I decided to get laid during my shift, and the person pissed me off so much that I murdered them. I didn't see it for him. but, you know, it's not a self-insert protagonist. No, I'm kidding, that doesn't matter. But I do wish we'd gotten more clearer notes of the instability that would have led to that ending. But I like it. I don't have any problems with it. Yeah, let's go back. Oh wait, no. We have the save from the post decision. Alright. Only time could tell how many hours passed with us huddled up in the corner of my room. Why in the corner? Icardi stood pressed against the door, listening for any sound from the other room. Almost like a scene out of a horror film. Except it was ridiculous, and the silence was more annoying than anything else. Oh, I guess because you were going to fight that guy. Would he follow you and break into your apartment? Like, you know what? You did say he was violent. Do you think this guy was, like, stalking Melrose and then decided to move into his apartment building? Like, because he... You know what I mean? Anyway, it's okay now. I don't think he even followed us. Are you sure? I'm sure. It's been hours by now. We've heard nothing, so it's fine. But Melly, knock it off already. Icardi flinched before relenting. The action made me feel less agitated and instead guilty. Like he feels, you know, he snaps at Icardi and feels bad. You know? Sorry. Who was that guy? I've never seen you so angry. Somebody that I used to know. An ex-boyfriend? He's right, though. Why are you assuming that? Well, he did that thing to your ear, and the way you responded was a little... So he saw that, but he didn't mention what we said beforehand. Perhaps he didn't hear it. Rohan. He was someone I used to date years ago. Was he mean to you? Is that why you broke up? Sometimes people just drift apart. I feigned nonchalance. It wasn't something Icardi needed to know. Not something I felt like talking about, either. I changed the topic to something brighter. That's what Icardi needed to hear. Love has its ups and downs, but the good memories leave me feeling fond. Your good memories? What were they like? He perked up, and I felt a sense of triumph at his mood change. There were no good times, clearly. Melrose. I'm sure you've witnessed things from your pairs when you observed them. When they huddle up together and talk about things. My fondest memories involve talking about any and everything. He's a yapper. Moments when I could unzip and expose the insides of myself, both figuratively and literally. Icardi looked utterly confused, rubbing a hand behind his neck as if I'd unearthed some uncomfortable secret. Humans can unzip their skin? No, but I can take off my clothes. What? Why would you get shy about that? Isn't that part of the things that you witness your pairs doing? Also, you're not barely wearing any clothes yourself. No, they deserve their privacy in those moments. So you're not curious about how humans do that? It's not like I don't know how it works, I just... I burst into laughter as his face grew several shades redder. Are you sure you're not some bully, Melly? Melly is a bully a little bit. I don't know. I think you're just cute and innocent-minded. Have you ever thought of experiencing it yourself? Sex? I guess, but I meant a relationship. Like, dating. He seemed to curl in on himself, embarrassed about the topic. I didn't feel a lick of remorse in that regard. Cupidine... My job is to... Did you think about it or not? Yeah, but my job is to help humans fall in love. So, have you ever gotten hot thinking about a crush? Better yet, do you currently have one? You are a bully. This topic is really, really inappropriate to be having with me. I walked closer to him, boxing him into the corner beside my door. Melly. I haven't done anything. Like, I think I mentioned this when I played the demo. Melrose is so much shorter than Icardi. Like, there's no, like, it has to be hilarious. I wish there was a CG of that, because the concept is hilarious to me. Anyway. You're getting closer, and your voice... Saiyan King Eric, hello. Welcome to yaoipill.net. What about my voice? Or what about my voice? Don't talk to me like that! Icardi grabbed my arms, forcibly putting distance between us, his face coloring in a complete mess of red. If I went any further with the attempt, I wasn't sure if he'd simply die or explode. Your grip hurts. I'm sorry. Sorry. He let go and avoided looking at me. I suppose I may have teased him a bit too much. It'd be cool if we could trade places for a day. Trade places? I took a seat on my bed and pulled out the fountain pen, twirling it between my fingertips. You could be a human, and I could be a Cupid. Why would you want to be a Cupidine? I've always wanted to know what it felt like to have a bow in my hand. A bow that could kill him. Arrows. I had no arrow, but my fountain pen might just suffice as a replacement. Maybe. It held the shard of his arrow, which begged the question whether it could kill him even without his bow. I suppose. Maybe if the pen is imbued with the power of the shard, you could just stab him with the pen? Is that the plan? Like a stake? Through a vampire's heart or something? Oh. Humans have archers, don't they? I'm sure you could find a bow that way. You know I meant a Cupid's bow, and not some flimsy human-made one. I suppose that makes more sense. His lips wearied and his gaze averted. Sizing him up, I decided to ask the question. Could I touch yours? You can't. Succinct. Huh? Why not? Scared I'll break it? Humans can't touch our bows under any circumstance. You don't trust me? I do. Of course I do. But humans can't touch our bows. Why? So I'm like every other human to you, is what you're saying. It's a rule that you can't touch it even if I wouldn't mind it. But it's me asking. They don't have to know. It can be our secret. Melly, you can trust and go out of your way for me with everything else, but this? Melrose. Not Melly anymore. I cannot let you touch my bow. Please respect that. I scoffed in disbelief in his ironclad resolve. I was so sure that he'd let me at least put a finger on it, even if he didn't let me hold it. But Icardi was stern about it, so direct that it was pissing me off. Asking to place a finger on your bow is disrespecting you? That's not what I meant. I don't want to argue with you. It's not an argument, it's a discussion. Well, it isn't up for discussion, Melrose. The pang in my chest was unexplainable, and my fist clenched tightly. Are you mad that you didn't get your way, Melrose? Toxic. Very toxic. It wasn't out of nowhere for him to tell me no, but the fact he did it was more frustrating than the logic behind it. Melrose. Then get out. It doesn't have to. Don't worry. There's no argument. There's no discussion. Get out. With a downcast expression, he stepped backward and phased through my wall without another word. Even that irritated me. How could he say no? Why now? And why not? It made perfect sense for him to say no. If he couldn't, then he couldn't, but shit. I rubbed my chest and gritted my teeth. Damn it. How did you expect this to go? Do you think you were so seductive that, like, what? Melrose, please, please. Turn the thinking cap on. Turn it up. I couldn't stop thinking about Melly. The thought of actually hurting his feelings was sickening. It must have meant so much to him to touch my bow. I can't. I could understand that feeling, but I couldn't allow it. There's no guarantee what would happen to me, or him if he was exposed to it for a second too long. Cupidine were absolutely forbidden to let humans hold or use their bows. Maybe because of abuse of privilege or being taken advantage of. I wasn't so sure. That didn't mean my trust for Melly was fake. He's my friend. And I trust my judgment of him. He's angry with me. He wouldn't want to see me for a while, but I figured I could at least find out who his partner was. If I came back with a well-developed plan to help him find them, then maybe he'd be less upset when I visited him again. Is what I hoped, anyway. Hey. Yes?
I've been trying to get your attention for the past few minutes.
I'm busy.
What?
I said I'm busy.
Have you lost your mind?
He raised a hand ready to smack me. The other Cupidines began whispering, drawing his attention to them.
Shut up. Go about your duties.
You should do yours too.
Why are you talking back to me?
I don't know what your problem is, Yuri, but you've been awfully meddlesome for you to be working. Before he could say anything back to me, the older Cupidine joined us. What's happening over here?
I was going to tell him not to take on extra tasks today because the new Cupidines needed some, and he flipped at me.
I don't have any intention of taking on extra work today, so mind your business.
Listen to him. This is crazy.
You should have seen this coming. Stop nagging the newbies so much.
I'm his superior. Why are you lecturing me?
Because I'm the superior of both of you, and I can tell that you're causing him stress. He smacked the other on top of his head, earning a grumble from him. Then he turned to face me with a stern expression. Sorry for these stupid voices. I just do dumb voices for the side characters. It is what it is. Although he's being a hassle, remember to stay in your place. It is a rule that Cupidine must always obey their superior. Now apologize to him. I didn't want to. Why should I? I did nothing wrong. Icardi. I'm sorry. It won't happen again.
Better not, or we'll be having a meeting with the Foundation.
Leave him alone. Come now.
Ah, my wing!
The older Cupidine dragged him away and left me standing in the center of the hall. The others around returned to their work. I hurried over to the empty side of the pool, determined to complete my task, whether any of the others came to interrupt me or not. I had been holding off on finding this out for too long. After disappointing him, all I wanted was to make Melly happy. I leaned over the edge of the pool and dipped his name into it. What? A bright flash of light flared through the room, blinding everyone in the area. I quickly took his name back out and held it to my chest. Some other Cupidine questioned each other, confused about what had just happened. I have to go. While they were distracted, I tightly clutched his name in my palms as I fled the area. Oh? Back at the homestead. It's Valentine's Day. Alright, it's been a couple months, I guess, since the beginning of the game. I just returned from a night of drinking at Solar. You can't find another bar to go to? For anyone who doesn't know yet, Solar is the bar where one of Melrose's exes works. I'm sure the town has more than one bar. Please, free yourself, Melrose, please. Fully intent on getting wasted until morning, the idea lost its value once I was there. My mood was so abysmal that I only drank ginger ale and watched the television. Good. I'd typically dance and party with whoever I could mingle with, but going days without talking to Icardi made everything feel hollow. Getting closer to Eros meant talking to him, but this whole drought made it difficult. It's your fault. What are we... You did this. His twinkling eyes and hearty laugh. His face when I told him to get out. I fucked up again. Apologizing wouldn't even be easy. It wasn't like I could pray again and summon him. Well, since we didn't murder him, he's here. Mel? What the fuck do you want? Whoa. Someone put you in a bad mood tonight? Just not my night. Don't talk to me. He grabbed my wrist as I aimed for the staircase and pulled me back. You're antsy about something. Want a medal? Good job realizing the obvious. I'm saying, I usually knew how to handle that, right? You are a ghost right now, my friend. Another opportunity to maybe murder this guy? Spoilers? Maybe it doesn't always end in murder. Let's find out. You did. Perhaps I still do. It's Valentine's Day now. That hardly matters, given we aren't together. He laughed and pulled me to the restrooms near the lobby area. For someone proposing something on the basis that it's Valentine's Day, spending it in a restroom stall was the most unromantic thing he could do. Don't play me for stupid, Rohan. What do you mean? Just say you're trying to fuck me and lose all the flowery talk. You're in an awful mood right now if you're saying this. Oh my god, just... Right. Just in case? I don't think this game does that, but just in case. Just for safety's sake. Rohan crashed his lips into mine, grabbing a fistful of my hair. The faint taste of nicotine enveloped my tongue, mixing with the lingering flavor of ginger ale. I may have made an audio about smoking cigarettes, but I'm better than Rohan. The character I wrote, not as much of a fucking dickhead as Rohan. Probably a dickhead, I don't know, I didn't write that far. I didn't characterize him that far. My back hit the wall hard, but his hands wasted little time in removing my pants. Within minutes, he'd hoisted me up while I clung in desperation to feel something from the exchange. But there was no high to feel. Perhaps that was only because no love was involved for me to fully enjoy it. Regardless, he cared for my body as he had years ago. At least he remembered it in that way, which resulted in the embarrassment of my audible praise. But before I could wallow in the mix of complicated emotions, I saw something that immediately made my heart sink to the floor. What? This is just scary. I don't know what's happening here. What's happening over here? What's happening? Icardi? Buddy? His expression was unlike anything he'd shown me, watching from the ceiling. Watching from the ceiling? Panic bubbled inside me and tears welled up in my eyes. How could he appear right now when I'm like this? Mel? Hey. What are you thinking about right now? Icardi. I'm filthy. I'm desperate. Disgusting. Worthless. Don't look at me. He's still looking at me. Wordless. Dejected? Disturbed? Was he disgusted with me? Did he hate me now? Tell me, say something. He phased through the ceiling without another glance. Here's the thing. All right. Out loud. Come back. Come back. Are you really that out of it? Come on now. Ron tried to keep the height of the moment between us, but once he realized I was no longer into it, he stopped. The mood entirely killed any potential gains. What's wrong? He saw it. I sank to the floor, hugging my knees. A tremble ran up my spine. Who saw us? Icardi. I didn't hear anyone come in. Why did he look like that? Come on, let's go back to my apartment. It's cold in here. He's disgusted with me. Mel? He didn't even look back. Didn't even answer my call. I fucked up again. Rohan ruffled my hair and stood up straight, exiting the stall, leaving me there to sit and wallow. Come talk to me when you're up to it again, I guess. That didn't matter to me. What mattered was Icardi. No matter how much I thought, prayed for, or spoke his name, Icardi never came back. To me. Days, weeks, months. All of them passed, and I just never saw him again. Whether I had the pen or not, seeing Icardi was something I could never achieve. The look on his face is still vivid in my memory. I haven't felt normal since. Bad ending 2 completed. Well, we didn't murder someone this time. No, I don't need to save my progress on that. Actually. I don't want to. It's the morning of Valentine's Day. Unless you want me to kick your ass, it would be in your best interest to let me go. His hold lingered a moment longer, and then he dropped his hand and turned to walk down the hall. You're always shoved up the butt about something, huh? Come talk to me if you change your mind. I rolled my eyes and began up the stairs, stopping mid-step when my eyes locked with Icardi's. He appeared hesitant, but cracked a small, wry smile at me regardless. I continued up the stairs toward him, and he pulled me into his arms. Aw. His hold was tight and warm, reminding me of just how cold the night had been despite my boiling temper. Okay, you can see the height difference here. Imagine this guy backing this guy into a corner. Like, what's going on? That Rohan guy seemed to want you back. Sorry, that Rohan guy seems to want you back. We don't have to talk about him. Melly. I looked up at him as he continued to hold me. His hands drew up to hold my face, and an apologetic smile graced his lips. Why do your relationships end? My heart jumped at the question. It wasn't anything that I expected. I said before that sometimes people drift apart. I think that was a safe answer. In a blink, he teleported us back to my apartment room. I'm no stranger to breakups. Humans I've paired have done so before. How? The magic of the arrow isn't eternal. It just serves as an aid. Which is why I wonder what makes humans break up. Since the first time, I've monitored my pairs closely, hoping to help them keep their relationships intact. I don't always know what I'm doing. So, Melrose, Melly, why did your relationships end? Shouldn't you be more interested in what makes them prosper? I want to help you. I want to be a better help than I have been. I don't know what to say. If it helps, just tell me about Rohan. Why did that relationship end? I feel like that's not going to be a normal example of an ending of a relationship, but let's hear it, I guess. I quivered, recalling Rohan's words to me like a fresh cut to my back. Then, every other thing I came to understand as my flaws seeped in to add salt to the wound. Rohan just wasn't good for me. But I didn't want to dredge up my own demons there. I felt his arms blanket me once more, and I relaxed in his hold. I had too much mental baggage for him. A lot of our relationship was hard because of our differences. Not that it mattered too much to him anyway. He just loved having sex with me more than anything else. So, did he approach you first when you met? Yeah, he's always found me physically attractive. I guess there may have been things about my personality that he liked, but I'm not so certain. His reassurance wasn't exactly the most reassuring. I don't understand. If he liked you, why did he leave you? Why is he bothering you now if he doesn't like you? well, some people seek benefits from each other's wants and needs without tying each other down. Pointless. Staying together is how you get what you both want. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. He released me from his hold, leaving me a little disappointed by the missing warmth. Raising his palm, his bow materialized in his hand. What are you doing? He extended it to me and nodded his head. Touch it. Why? If this is about what I said, Go on. I want you to touch it. It'll be our secret. Are you sure? Yes. I really, really, really want you to touch it. What's going on? I hesitated for a moment and then pressed my fingers against the marble frame. It was smooth to the touch, and the string left a tingling sensation in my hand. It's kind of like a little bit more like a harp than a regular bow and arrow. The spot where the arrow would knock was big enough to fit my pen if I desired to use it. Swallowing hard at the thought and assessing my feelings, I noticed black nails had torn through Riccardi's gloves. Your nails. They've always been that color. Were they this sharp too? No, but it's nothing a clipper or a filer couldn't fix. So, do you feel better after touching the bow? Yeah. Then I feel better too. From now on, I'll work even harder to make sure that you're happy, Millie. I couldn't find a response. My emotions were contradicting themselves. From happiness and joy to fear and worry. Confusion. What could he be thinking? Or what he could be thinking was beyond me. But I was worried about him. Three weeks later. Why? Why not? Because you made a mess and now I have to clean it? You could teach me. No, sit down until I finish. Oh, I'm sorry. Coming home to find Riccardi having done something in my apartment became the natural course of my days. He'd been spending a lot more time here. And by that, I mean he'd practically used this place to sleep after his shifts were over. I didn't even know that Cupid slept, or that they even had to. He also needed to eat, which resulted in evenings like this one. A messy kitchen floor and a failed attempt at cooking. The day the landlady calls me because of a fire in my unit, I'd immediately know the culprit. Oh yeah, never touch the stove, oven, or microwave while I'm gone. Ever. Teaching me could solve it. I'll think about it. He tried to eat his completely inedible soup, or slop, meant to be soup, that he saw on TV. But as I foresaw, he spat it back out immediately. So we ordered pizza instead. Nice. They should invest in teaching us how to cook. All I've eaten were things naturally made to be eaten. Like apples and bananas and oranges and fruit and vegetables. Nothing that's prepared like any of this or any of the other things you eat. Probably prefer to keep you pure from all the bad, fattening, bioengineered, artificially flavored shit we eat. Then why do you eat it? 'Cause it tastes good, duh. Then I will also eat it. Because it tastes good. He stared at an additional slice of mine with begging eyes, so I gave it to him. Oh, right. I'll probably be scarce again in the coming days. The facilitators aligned a bunch of pairs, so we scouting cupids are going to have to go around matching people fast to not get swamped. They're the ones that put the information into the names that you receive? Or they're the ones that put the information to the names that you receive, right? Yeah, just the basics of the individual, like their appearance, age, and anything else important. It's given to us after we grab your name and link from the matching pool. Alright, so it's been 3 weeks though. What happened when you put Melrose's name in the pool? And why haven't you discussed it? Was it good or bad? Have you given up on the task completely? Helps us locate the person or people behind the names that emerge. Polycules are included. Once that happens, the link is declared and your soulmate is declared your soulmate or partner. Other than ruining my kitchen and attempting to ruin my clothes, Icardi's presence here has been helpful. He's very open about sharing info about the Thespae and how life is for him. It's as if he exists only to work. Then one day, when he has run his course, he won't exist at all. Here I thought humans had it hard. Eros thought all of this up? He wanted a thorough structure to help people find love. The Cupidine tales of Eros followed something akin to what the landlady said. Eros shot himself. But that couldn't possibly be true, because my fountain pen exists with the shard of his arrow inside of it. I refuse to believe anything different. If I were to be convinced otherwise, they would have to provide proof to me that my pen wasn't what I thought it to be. Is Eros still in Thespae? Well, they say Eros is Thespae. He is? They say that when he fell asleep, his body bloomed into the realm that we Cupidine live in. We originate from the matching pool. That's strange. There's a rumor that his body is still somewhere in the world. What, like Walt Disney's head or something? Really? It's only just a rumor. No one has ever tried to look into it any further than that. Is there a reason? If he's your god, wouldn't you all want to at least see him? Pay respects? We were told to maintain only the areas allowed to us out of fear that we might undo or damage things that Eros isn't around to repair. I think that Icardi actually believed what he was telling me, but I didn't believe their higher-ups. I could pinpoint the reason. I couldn't pinpoint the reason. It just didn't sit right with me. However, with the knowledge that Eros was undeniably in Thespae, my next course of action was clear. If no one else would look for him, then I should do it. Alright. Hitting about 4 hours in. I think this is a good place to stop. I have no idea how far in we are, or how much is left. We are, from my theory of Icardi becoming a love forecaster, I would say that we're probably... Ooh, another black feather. How do I don't know how to clear the screen so we can look at him, but actually I guess I can find it out in here. Options. Unseen text. After choices? What the fuck? I mean, I guess it's somewhere in here, but it doesn't tell you what keys do what. That's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and save. Upload sync? I wonder if maybe we could have skipped the introductory portion using that. I don't know how to do upload sync. That's alright. In any case, if I press escape, will it work? No, that probably will just close the window. In any case, Icardi seems about, what, halfway through his transformation to not being a regular Cupid and probably becoming a love forecaster. That was my prediction from the demo. That's probably what's going to happen. But I'm excited to see how it goes down. Hopefully it's not like painful for him or anything. I don't know. We'll see the rest next stream. I will be doing one visual novel stream a week because we have several games to get through that I'm really interested in. I will say, I guess it doesn't matter if the bad endings come from out of character actions from Melrose, but I did think it was interesting that the first one of those was him murdering someone. I know that one of the bad ends that you can get, or at least from the demo, one of the bad ends you can get regarding Hendy and Asher is that Asher hits, like, you're trying to drive away from a confrontation with Asher and he hits your car with a bat and you crash and die. So I mean, I guess it's fair. It's only fair that if there's an ending where Melrose dies in a car crash, that there's also an ending where he murders somebody. But I didn't see that coming. I do also, just, you know, literary criticism, not, I'm still really enjoying the story, but a literary criticism. I do feel like I wish, like, how do I explain how I feel about this? I think I would almost have preferred it, I guess. I'm sure there's a narrative reason why it happened the way it did, but there's this element, the element of Melrose manipulating Icardi to get to Thespe, I feel like is not explored enough. Like, the reason why I was curious, well, part of my curiosity about the way this route would have gone, or is going, is about whether Melrose will reflect on his desire or ability to manipulate Icardi for his own means. But it doesn't seem like there hasn't been a conflict about it yet, except him trying to get to touch the bow, Icardi saying no, and him telling Icardi to get out, and then a couple of days or weeks later, Icardi coming back and being like, sure, here, touch the bow, for no reason. Like, no reason, here's my bow, you can touch it now. But not even like a conversation about it. Obviously Icardi is naive with regard to what Melrose is trying to do, and with regard to Melrose overall, and also with regard to human emotions and feelings and decision making. So doesn't know that he's being manipulated, but I feel like Melrose sometimes forgets that he's trying to manipulate Icardi. Like, not that I want it to be like Death Note, where every other line or every other sequence is him like, I have to figure out how to manipulate Icardi, because obviously that would be exceptionally toxic, like maybe so toxic that the dynamic becomes unenjoyable. But it is difficult. I think admittedly it would be it's a difficult thing to balance, while still having them continuing to build a relationship for the purposes of a visual novel dating sim, you know? Yeah. The other thing is that, like, I don't know. Like, obviously Icardi's a himbo. That's the archetype. So with regard to like his decision making, it all is fine. It makes sense. But I don't know, maybe the issue is that Melrose is not like a planful person. Like I don't think Melrose knows what he wants to do actually. Like he's like, I guess since I feel like I'm thinking about it now, I'm thinking Melrose is like, I just want to see if I can get him to let me touch the bow. There's no real reason for it. It's not gonna help him like he can't touch the bow and then get teleported to Thespe. He's just maybe testing Icardi's loyalty to him, but with something that I don't know. You know what I mean? I feel like the stakes are not as clear because Melrose doesn't seem like super desperate to get this done. But I don't know. We have probably another third of the story to get through. So maybe it gets more intense from here. Right now they're just like having a cute time, making soup in the apartment, eating pizza. You know, while Icardi slowly transforms into a different being and nobody seems to notice or care. Icardi doesn't even care. But yeah, in any case, that's just I hope to see more of that. I don't mind. I think it might just be, again, Melrose is toxic in his relationships and does exhibit signs of toxicity in general. Which is an entertaining trait, like a fun trait for a visual novel protagonist. I'm not complaining about that at all, but I don't know. I mentioned slow damage before, like, and not that, and that's the other thing. I wouldn't want a visual novel to be exactly like another visual novel, and I don't want to make that comparison. I don't think that's fair, but I hope we explore some more of Melrose's toxicity, and have it like actually cause conflict between them, right? Because again, Icardi's a himbo, but he's not stupid. He's just naive, and it would kind of be nice and interesting if Melrose was noticeably toxic and Icardi was noticeably like, hey, actually, this isn't cool, as opposed to being like, well, I'm not supposed to, but since you got mad at me, here you go, here's what you wanted. You know what I mean? That's just my 2 cents. I'm really enjoying it. This is a critique with love, and we will be playing more. I don't have, like, I'm not mad, I'm not upset, I'm not turned off, I'm having fun, and I will continue to do so. So see you next week. Eat well, rest well, stay hydrated. I'll see you in cyberspace. I still have the other normal outfit and hair colorway, so for regular streams I'll be in my normal outfit, which is the same outfit but in a different colorway, the same hair with a different colorway. And then for this stream I'll be wearing this until we get to Dr. Love's route, and then I'll have a Dr. Love outfit, and then when we get to Vitaly's route I'll have a Vitaly outfit. It's exciting, it's fun, it's beautiful. Maybe I'll even have a drink. I think for Vitaly's route, I think I'll have the goblet with some like red liquid in it or something. It'll be fun, trust me. Until then, have a great night. Please consider checking out my socials if you want to see where else I post. I do make the posts on the internet. I make other content. If you're on my YouTube, I make audio content on there. I've been writing my own scripts. If you make audio content and you're looking for, well, this first script is fairly wholesome, but I have like a more toxic script coming up. Take a look at it. Have a great time. Thank you for being here. Thank you for following. Enjoy your follower emotes. And I hope to see you soon.